And we're live. Thank you. I want to welcome everybody to our March 9th, 2021 Public Board of Education meeting. And we are going to call the meeting to order, and it is 7:04. And if everybody would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The reading of the meeting notice. This meeting is being conducted in compliance with the open meeting session that the Verona Board of Education passed a resolution at its annual reorganization meeting held on January 5th, 2021. The meeting set forth a schedule of its regular meetings, which resolution was within 7 days of passage. The schedule was sent to the Verona Cedar Grove Times, the Star Ledger, the Township of Verona, and the VEA. Postings of this meeting setting forth the time, location, and agenda were posted at the Verona Board of Education office and at the Verona Public Schools District website. The Verona Board of Education operates under a consent agenda format. Any board member has the right to have an item pulled to be voted upon or discussed separately. Copies of tonight's agenda and resolutions have been made available to the public and the press. And I'm going to ask Mr. Turner to please do the roll call for attendance.
Mr. Allworth.
Here.
Mrs. Drappi.
Here.
Mr. Day.
I'm here.
Mrs. Prisco is absent.
Absent.
And Mrs. Freshy.
I am here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And we are going to start with Dr. Dionisio and the superintendent's report. Do we want to flip them?
Maybe, I don't know why it's in.
Yeah, let's flip it. We do have a presentation tonight. We have Mr. Ray Sarinelli here, our auditor, and I think we will, Mr. Sarinelli, if it's okay with you, do you before the superintendent's report? Okay, so we have Nissa Vocia, our auditor, Mr. Ray Sarinelli.
Thank you. So tonight I have the audit for you. Just want to start by discussing a little bit about the audit process, then talk about the audit, the financials, and then lastly go into the management report where we have our recommendations. So our audit process obviously was disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We normally are on site for a week or two to do our audit field work. We go back to the office, we write our report, and we deliver it to you. That proved to be quite difficult during this year. We were on site 3 or 4 different times to try and get our field work done. And eventually we did get that done. We wrote our report and it was issued in the beginning of February. A little bit different than normally the deadline is December 5th. That got extended to February 5th. We were in compliance with that. The report was issued before February 5th. So everything is good on that front. So just to talk about the audit report a little bit, it's really broken down into 4 sections. There's an introductory section. This gives you some background on the district, transmittal letters from the administration, things like that. Then we get into the financial section, and I sound a little bit like a broken record when I discuss the financial section. I think the accounting industry has done most average users of the report a pretty big disservice by having it presented in a CAFR format. So you have financial statements presented on 3 different types of accounting basis. So you have A schedules, which are on a district-wide basis, B schedules, which are on a GAAP basis, and C schedules, which are on a budgetary basis. So that's where we're going to spend our time, is looking at the C schedules. The budgetary basis is the most accurate representation of your budget, which is what you control. So it's most applicable to the decisions you make. So we'll go over that. Then there's a statistical section, which gives you a 10-year look back at the financial statements and demographic information so you can see some trends. And then lastly, there's a single audit section. The single audit section is where we comment on your federal and state grant funds. So what I'm going to do is share my screen so that we can actually take a look at the C schedules. So what we're looking at here is the C1, which is basically an income statement. It shows all of your income and all of your expenses. So starting here on page 93, if you have the PDF in front of you, you have all of your revenues. And then scrolling down over the next 12 pages are all of your expenses broken down into statutory lines that the state has prescribed you do your budget on. So as I scroll through here, you'll see that what you've budgeted and what you've spent, there's not very much left over. So we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But so here are all your expenses, and there's quite a few of them. And we'll get down to page 12 of 12, which shows your fund balance. And so basically, like I said, this is an income statement. So you have your fund balance as of the beginning of the year was 2.2 million. And this is your net of your revenues and expenses. So you have 608,000 more in revenues than you did of expenses, which is a good thing. And your fund balance is up to 2.82 million. So overall, pretty good year. We'll talk a little bit about why that happened. But first, I'd like to discuss what the breakdown of the fund balance is. So statutorily, you're allowed to keep that 2.8 million of fund balance into different categories that the state has statutorily allowed you to keep them in. So the easiest one to describe is this unassigned fund balance, which is 987,897. And essentially what that is 2% of your operations. There's some small allowable adjustments in there, but essentially if you take 2% of your operating budget, it's a little bit less than 987,000, few adjustments, and that's what you're allowed to carry on hand, is 2% of your operations. That's so that you can have cash flow and have some protection against some adverse conditions that could come up. But so the state allows you to carry that 2%. The next two things I'd like to talk about are your reserves. You have a capital reserve and a maintenance reserve. The capital reserve is for capital type needs that come up both during the budget process and even outside the budget process. So let's say there was something emergent where you needed to replace a boiler, you could tap into this capital reserve, utilize those funds without having to go through the budget process to spend money on a capital type need. Those funds can also be drawn down as part of the budget process. As you're going through the budget, you know of a capital need that you want to do, you have the reserve on hand, you can withdraw from that reserve and do that capital project. Maintenance reserve operates the same way, except it's for more maintenance type needs, not big projects, not big tangible assets, but maintaining your facilities. And in that reserve, you have 150,000. Next is your assigned fund balance. So this is fund balance that'll be utilized to help balance the year that we're in. So that's the 2020-21 budget, essentially a drawdown of the fund balance to help support the operations of the following year. The last two categories of fund balance are excess surplus. And essentially, excess surplus is exactly what it is. You have all those other categories where your fund balance can be broke down to. If you have fund balance that doesn't fall into those categories, it goes to excess surplus. And what excess surplus is a drawdown of your fund balance in a subsequent year. So this fund balance of 120,000, which you can see is utilized for 2020-21. That was generated in the 2019 school year. So excess surplus is utilized in the next subsequent year. You do your budget for the next succeeding year in April, but you wouldn't know your excess surplus till the end of the year in June. So it gets utilized in the next subsequent year. So it's almost a year behind when you're utilizing it. Those two numbers are probably the most important numbers of your fund balance because you want to do your best to maintain them and keep them relatively close to one another, because as you draw down on your fund balance, you need to replenish it. And that kind of gets to what I was alluding to before, with this situation where you're spending a good majority of your budget. You know, that's a scary way to operate when you're spending most of your budget. And I think what you and what the goal should be is to have a more balanced budget where you're more prepared for these adverse conditions where something happens out of your control. You have funds on hand to handle those types of situations. So what excess surplus can help you do is help with that flexibility. And when you have a consistent excess surplus, it gives you the flexibility to deal with those conditions and have a more balanced budget. So obviously, a lot of numbers, a lot of information, pretty complicated accounting theory that goes behind fund balance, excess surplus, how it's utilized. But for the most part, what I see is your district in an improving and stable financial situation. I think there's a little bit more work to be done to try and have a little bit more of a balanced budget. But overall, I see the trend being that you are in a nice positive financial position. So that's probably the biggest part. There's a few more things I want to talk about in the financial statements, but just quickly, I want to see if there's any questions specifically related to the fund balance and what we just discussed. Okay. Tougher.
Yeah, I just unmuted.
Okay.
Do any board members have any questions for Mr. Sarinelli? Ernie? Any? No, we don't have any questions, Ray.
Great, good. So just a few things that I'd also like to go through on the financial statements. You had a big year in your capital projects fund, obviously with a referendum passing and a bond sale happening. Oh, geez. I just want to go through your capital projects very quickly. So in your capital projects fund, you had a referendum pass, did a bond sale. Those bond sale proceeds came in. The projects were undertaken. And you end up with obviously a pretty large balance here. As those funds are spent on the referendum, that fund balance will come down. Obviously, with the referendum, you have to specifically use those funds for what the referendum has passed for. I know those projects are ongoing, so we will continue to track those in your capital projects fund here. But what's good to note is that we closed out all of your previous projects from your previous referendums. And so really what we have ongoing is just the current referendum. So that's your capital projects fund. With that, I'd like to switch over to the management report, which is where we have our comments and recommendations. And I'm going to do what most people do when they open the management report, is go to the final page and look at the actual recommendations. And so while the financial position has been improving, I think there's a little bit of work to do on the statutory end and being in compliance with some of the statutes and some of the operating procedures and internal controls you have in the business office. So I'll just go through them pretty quickly, just so you have an understanding of what we're looking for and how to fix it. So the first recommendation is that purchase orders be approved prior to the order of related goods and services. This is just a good check and internal control that all of your purchase orders are being reviewed and that funds that are being spent are approved prior to them being ordered, so that you have a good checks and balances in the business office. It's an important internal control. All schools have them. I would say this is probably a more common thing that we see. I know a lot of people get excited. They want to order supplies and get moving on projects. And unfortunately, internal controls are cumbersome for a reason. We want to make sure that everything is watched over and every dollar spent is covered. So it's just something to continue to keep an eye on to make sure that all purchase orders are approved prior to any orders being made. The next one is that all expenditures are reviewed to ensure they are properly charged to appropriate line item as detailed in the uniform minimum chart of account. So as you can see, it's a pretty lengthy chart. When I went through your expenditures before, there's a lot of different line items. Each one is specifically designed to have certain expenses charged to that line item. During our testing, we noted that in some cases, there were some charges that were charged to the wrong line item. And again, like the previous one, it's important for budget practices that all expenses be charged to their specific line that they meet. The next one is that all overtime and extra pay be approved by department supervisors. We noticed some situations where some overtime weren't being approved by department supervisors. Again, an important internal control to make sure that everything is accurately recorded and paid for. So it's a good control to have to ensure that all payroll is adequately overseen. The next one, a ledger by deduction be maintained for the payroll agency account. Essentially what your payroll agency account is a trust account or a holding account where funds go in and are spent out of. So everything operated normally out of the agency account, but there is timing differences from payments. So the money comes into the account, it sits there for a little while and then gets paid out to the different agencies. And what we need to see is a breakdown of what's in the account at the end of each month to ensure that what's being held in the account is being properly turned over to the right places, and anything that's not is being properly utilized. The next one is more of a statutory requirement by the state. It's that the required eCert 1 be filed annually by March 15th with the NJ Department of Treasury. This is a form that relates to your business office. In talking to Ernie, he's already filed the one for 2021. This is just one of those things. I mean, if you look at the date on it, it should be filed by March 15th of last year. Was a pretty hectic time, and things can slip through the cracks. So, you know, obviously something that's pretty easily corrected by just submitting the form. Which Ernie's already done, so already corrected, but it wasn't done for last year, and it's something that obviously we have to look at and make sure it's done and inform you if it's not. The last one that is that all accounts be properly reconciled and recorded through the district's accounting systems. This is something that we came across where, you know, you have a good treasurer of school monies. He's ensuring that all of your accounts are being reconciled and that the bank balances are looked at and reconciled to cash. But you have a situation where your computer software isn't being utilized properly, and not all of your accounts are running through that computer system in the district's business office. So that's something that we'd like to see, make sure that all of the accounts are being run through the business office and that they're all being properly reconciled. So that's it for comments and recommendations. You know, I see six things here that you know, you're not in compliance with. I don't see anything that you know, makes me nervous, or I don't think you can fix, or that I think something is really wrong. You know, obviously when you're not in compliance, it's something that you need to address. And I think moving forward, you know, your business office is going to look to do that, to look to address these issues. But these aren't things that are not fixable. There's certainly things that they can address and fix in a pretty timely manner. So that's what I have for your audit and your management report. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Sorinelli. So let me just ask this. So these 6 recommendations of not in compliance, I think Mr. Turner had said they've been addressed already. So a lot of this is just best practices for us to keep an eye on going forward.
Yeah, right. I like I said, I think they are things that can be fixed fairly easily. Obviously, we're already a good portion into the subsequent year after this audit has taken place. So, as we're going through the audit, we started our first visit on site in October, then one in November, then one in January, and one in February. And as these things came up, we addressed them with Mr. Turner and had him address some of these issues. And so now that you're to this point, there's a corrective action plan. There's things that they're already working on in the business office to try and correct these things. So yes, I think, they are pretty easily fixed and they are currently being addressed.
Excellent. And I think one of the other things that we spoke about at our finance committee and with you and with Mr. Turner is that we're going to be looking into is a new auditing system, that we kind of have an antiquated auditing system. So we're going to be able to, I think that's going to help a long way as well.
You know, so it's not an auditing system, the finance.
A finance system,
Okay. Yeah.
accounting system. I'm sorry. Got my finance terms mixed up.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I think that'll help address, obviously not only these issues, but when I spoke before about having a more balanced budget and knowing, what's in each line item and looking to have a little bit of a cushion and be prepared for some things. I think a new accounting system will go a long way in addressing that issue as well, as well as these issues here.
And I know, Ray, I know you work with other school districts. If you have any recommendations for Mr. Turner and for the administration about what systems are the best for the financial accounting aspects, let us know.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And I had one question in regards to, and knowing, the pandemic and some of the costs. Was that wrapped up into this particular audit for some of the costs that we had with the pandemic or no?
Can you ask the question again? I'm not sure I understood exactly.
In regards to some of the costs due to the pandemic and some of the additional costs that were incurred due to trying to get the PPP and a lot of the protective equipment and so on, cleaning materials. Is any of that listed in? I hadn't had a chance to review the giant document here, so I figured you could just give me the abridged version.
So I think some of those costs are reflected in this audit, but specifically the grant funding that you received for COVID relief really didn't come in until after June 30th. So I think you'll see that those funds will be reflected in next year's audit because that it came in really none of the cash was received prior to June 30th. You were just notified of the award prior to June 30th. So and those funds really operate on a reimbursement basis. So you kind of have to spend them to get them. So I think that whole process will be really more in next year's audit.
Okay, thank you for that, Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? Dr.
I can add
Zanusia?
some context though.
Yeah.
So Ray, thank you very much for that presentation. Every district is unique. Hvac is new to Verona, and we appreciate all the time and effort that you and the firm have put in to the audit process and to give us that feedback, so that way we can continue to improve and maintain a stable financial situation for the district. So every year that we talk about the audit, it's a good opportunity to give a historical perspective as well, because this is a snapshot in time based on everything that occurred in the 1920 school year. Obviously, COVID hit us at the end there, but as Mr. Day just referenced and Ray referenced as well, in regards to the impact of COVID and the federal funds that'll come in and the extra costs that the district has experienced this year, like everyone. From a historical perspective, and we publish this information every year in our comp analysis, it's important to note that the per pupil cost in Verona is relatively low compared to our comp groups, and that's a really good story to tell. That's a good story for the taxpayer. It makes it harder though, because we are operating, as Ray said, as Mr. Saranelli said, very fiscally tight. And when you look at it and say, well, how do we change that? It's a matter of taking a look at the recommendations from the auditing firm, taking a look with Mr. Turner as to what the fiscal efficiencies are, where we may be able to realize those things in our district, and working with our administrative team, and working with our staff. It's no secret that about 75% of our budget is allocated to either staff salaries or benefits. Now, why is that? Well, because we're in a people business. So that's the cost of doing business. We have teachers and staff members in our classrooms, our paraprofessionals, and our maintenance and custodial staff, and our administrative staff. When we take a look at all of that, and then you go back to 2010, 2011, for those of you who remember, that was a really tough time economically, and that's when the state budgets got slashed. So Verona was running a shortage at that time of $800,000 to $900,000 in lost state aid every single year. That compounded very quickly. So that was another challenge that the district faced. Compound that with a 2% cap on tax levy, and that limits the amount of growth in the budget. And then when we try to, just build and balance the budget every year, which is what we're doing right now at this time of the year in the budget process, we have costs that exceed the 2% cap. So whether it's health benefits or salaries or utility costs, so managing all of those things is really important, kind of taking a look. So one of the things that, there were three things that were my takeaways that we talked about in the finance committee, we talked about with Ray Sarinelli, that we've done a good job of, and we need to continue to focus on and continue to move forward on, is number one, that consistency year over year in our end of year surplus, making sure that we're not having peaks and valleys, but we're maintaining that consistently. That's really important. So past few years we've done that. So that's a really good thing. We need to continue with that. Building our maintenance and capital reserve for those emergencies, and to continue to improve the improvements of our schools, and not solely depend on referenda, right? That's really important to maintain really sound fiscal health for the school district. And then number three, it's just constantly looking at where can we be more efficient in the operating budget? How do we continue to repurpose and allocate funds in creative and new ways, working within that 2% cap, so that way we could really stretch the dollar as far as possible. So what I appreciate is, Ray and Ms. Hvac, really delving in, giving us your feedback. It looks like we're doing some really good things, but it looks like there's some recommendations, nothing that is alarming, but also some good feedback as to, how to continue to move the place forward based on our history and where we need to go next. So thank you.
And I just want to add, and thank you again for the great audit, and I'm very impressed by the binder here that you guys put together. But I've been on the board for 7+ years now, coming up on 8 years, and I don't recall ever having this much money in the capital reserve and the maintenance reserve. So that's a good thing that we're moving in the right direction, and again, we're looking to try to expand that and keep a consistent financial direction with the district. So thanks again for a great audit, and appreciate the information and all the time and effort you guys spent doing this on many Zoom meetings. So
Yes, I just wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation to Mr. Sarinelli and his team. This was the first year that they did the audit in Verona. So that first year for an auditing firm is usually the most difficult one, because they have no frame of reference when they first come into a district. So there's a little bit more time and effort that's necessary on the part of the auditor to really put together a report that has a high level of confidence in it. And the time and the effort that Mr. Sarinelli and his team put into this was something that I appreciated, and and the professionalism demonstrated by them is something that I was very grateful for and very appreciative of. So I just wanted to express that to Mr. Sarinelli, and please extend that to the rest of your team, and let them know that I did appreciate very much the hard work that you did in completing this report.
Thank you.
And on top of that, I'd like to add, thank to Mr. Turner, because I know he's a part-time BA, but seems to be a full-time BA. So I want to thank you for all your time and effort that you're spending with the district and to keep us financially sound and working together with our new and improved auditing team here with Ray and gang. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, so at this point, I think I'd like to open this up to any public questions while we have Mr. Sarnelli with us tonight. So if there are any public questions specifically regarding the report that you just heard on the audit, you can raise your hand and we'll have Mr. Roberts let you in on the queue.
First up is Jessica Weston.
Hi, this is Scott Weston, 6 Peckman Court. Just a quick question on the eCert one that wasn't filed by March 15th. I'm assuming you meant March 15th, 2020. Do we know if the eCert that needed to be filed by March 15th, 2021 has been filed yet?
So I think Mr. Turner can confirm this, but when we discussed this issue in the exit conference with him, he let me know that yes, it has been filed.
Yes, and I can confirm that it was filed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Are there any other questions in regard to the audit report?
There's no further hands.
Okay, so no further hands. Mr. Sarnelli, again, thank you so much. I appreciate your time and the report.
Yep,
And-
thank you. Thank you all. I just want to express my gratitude as well. You know, it's been great working with the district thus far. It's only been a short time now, but you know, the sentiments feel the same on this side as well. It was great working with your administration. They're very professional, very helpful, which is nice. It's like Mr. Turner was saying, it's difficult in the first year under normal conditions, and you add a pandemic on top of that, and it's very difficult. So they were very helpful along the way through all parts of the audit. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Ray.
Bye.
Have a good night.
So strange to wave hello and goodbye. And now we are going to go back to our regular agenda, and we have Dr. Dionisio with the Superintendent Report.
Okay, good evening, everyone. A couple of updates to provide to the board and the public. First, good news to report, as I believe everyone knows by now from the news and from the updates that we've provided. Governor Murphy announced initially that educators were eligible to receive the COVID vaccine March 15th. That was accelerated to immediately. So the district has partnered up with Vanguard Medical Group in Verona, as we previously noted, for our employee vaccination program. We recently communicated the registration process to our staff, so that's underway as our staff is registering directly with Vanguard Medical. And as soon as Vanguard receives the vaccine, they will have the process of vaccination underway and ready to get going. At this point, the issue still remains is the actual supply and delivery of the vaccine. So at this point, Vanguard is they will notified us that they will be receiving an update this Thursday in regards to how many of the vaccines they will be receiving and when they will be in, and then scheduling that for our staff. So we're working on and have that coordination going administratively with them. And they've been wonderful and very, very supportive. As I mentioned, supply is still the issue. Mr. Merkler and team are also working with other providers and seeing if we can access vaccines sooner at other locations because of the supply issue, looking at mega site vaccine centers and just trying to coordinate getting those with other local area hospitals and providers as soon as possible. But the good news is that this is definitely a step in the right direction. and we're very hopeful looking ahead in the coming months, and it looks very promising for September. We do have a number of staff members in the district that have reported that they've been vaccinated thus far. So we have reported, that's been reported to us, 115 staff members in the district have been vaccinated. We have approximately 350 staff members. So that gives you an indication of how many we know we will need. As of right now, the number is at about 173. There may be more. There's some people who have not yet reported, so they may or may not need them, but we continue to work on that. So all good news. Moving on, but in the same vein, I've been in communication over the past month or so with Mr. Cavallo, our township manager. He's been working on some of the feedback that we've received from the community in regards to communication with the Montclair Health Department and doing a presentation for the public. So the township will be hosting a forum. It's going to be a forum that will be later on in the month. The date will be determined, and the purpose of the forum will be on the impact of coronavirus to our community and the response to the pandemic. And then in that vein, there will also be in attendance myself on behalf of the district. The Montclair Health Department will have a representative there. We anticipate that there will be an official from Essex County office. A family physician will also be in attendance, and a representative from the township as well. And obviously, Mr. Cavallo will also be there moderating the forum. The plan will be to solicit questions from the public in advance. That will be used to guide this informational town hall. There will not be a public Q&A, but all of the information will be communicated out to the public. Once I get that information from Mr. Cavallo at the township end, I will distribute that through our email system to our parents and provide the link and the information as to where questions could be submitted. And then more details will be communicated out later this week is what the township anticipates. So some good progress there. We look forward to that session. So while there's much to be hopeful for with the vaccine distribution, and it continues to increase, one of the things that you've heard me say over and over again at board meetings, and we've talked about it, and we've had it in our communications that have gone to the public, is that the biggest limiting factor, the biggest limitation to getting more students in school is the recommendation from the Montclair Health Department, which comes from the Department of Health, and that guidance that has been consistent about maintaining a minimum of 6 feet of physical distancing. So the Department of Health has been very clear about that. It's not my rule. It's not the board's rule. It's not the district's rule. It's a recommendation from the Department of Health and the guidelines. And the purpose for that is to maintain the safety and not to have to quarantine an entire class and to mitigate the spread of coronavirus. The health department has been very clear with us all along. They will not recommend less than 6 feet, even if the plexiglass barriers are installed. We do have plexiglass in the district. We are looking at possibly even purchasing more of those throughout the district, but they have been very clear that just because we add plexiglass as an additional mitigation strategy will not allow them to change their recommendation of going closer than 6 feet. We want our students in every day. You've heard us say that over and over again. We understand that this is frustrating. It's frustrating for our parents, our staff, our students, and for us, and we want to be able to return to normal as soon as possible. The guidance remains that that's 6 feet of distancing, and we're following that. So therefore, we have to plan for all possible future scenarios. So we're looking at this both short-term and long-term. So short-term will be this spring. What does, the middle to the end of April, May, June look like, and how can we increase more in-person learning? And then what does September look like? And both of those factors are really dependent upon whether or not 6 feet remains, or if it ultimately by the New Jersey Department of Health is reduced or relaxed less than 6 feet. And they give us that guidance. So to date, The health department has not changed their guidance of the 6 feet of distancing. Should they do that? Should they reduce that 6 feet to less than 6 feet, to 5 feet, to 4 feet, to 3 feet? We will be able to get everyone in to our schools, and we may have to make some adjustments with classrooms and the number of students in those classes, especially the larger ones, to still maintain a healthy distance based on the recommendations, but we'll be able to do that, and we'll be able to do that pretty quickly. So that's the good news. We can plan for that with maintaining the masks, but that 6 feet of distancing is the limiting factor right now. And whether that's now or in September. So we have had these discussions with our administrative team. We've had these discussions with our staff. I had a 2-hour meeting today with elementary teachers. It was very productive, positive conversation, a lot of brainstorming and sharing of ideas, and looking at the logistical, operational, and the educational needs of our students and the impact to our staff. We have another meeting scheduled for next week. Our staff is going back and turnkeying it with the other staff members in the buildings and getting more discussion going. I had a meeting with Education Council, which is a group of teachers and administrators. We've had 2 meetings over the past 2 weeks, very productive as well. We have another one scheduled this week, and we're continuing to meet and have these conversations about, what are the opportunities, where are the opportunities for us to take the feedback from the committees that have come forth from the parents, from the staff, and how do we continue to move this place forward to get more in-person time. So progress is being made. I know it doesn't always look that way because we're still in the current schedule, but I want to make sure that I'm being very clear as to what the limiting factor is here with the 6 feet of distancing. So since the last Board of Education meeting, we've kind of looked at this with the 2 goals, as I mentioned earlier, exploring the adjustments that can be made for this spring to increase that in-person learning. So one of the major areas of focus at the time is to look at the possibility of allowing students to go home for lunch and then returning in the afternoon on their designated cohort day. This has been received favorable for some people and posing challenges for others. We've been discussing this possibility. We discussed it again with our teachers today. It does seem to pose some pretty significant challenges in scheduling for our elementary children, especially in the afternoon, because that's the opportunity for our teachers to really meet with our students, even though it's remotely. That's on an individual basis and in small group basis. And that's that personalization that our teachers really need to be able to assess and intervene and reteach lessons for our students. And that's a critical time, especially under the hybrid model that we have with the cohorts that we have right now. So although no decision has yet been made, we are also looking at other options with our staff. And we did discuss some ideas today of taking a look at, how can we bring students in more frequently in person. So our teachers are going to be going back, discussing that with their colleagues. Our principals are doing the same. I have another meeting, as I mentioned, scheduled later this week with a group of teachers, and I have another meeting scheduled later at the beginning of next week. So we'll continue moving forward with this. As far as September, although we have no indication and no update from the Department of Education yet, no updated guidance from the Montclair Health Department, we are hopeful that September should look better. And we're seeing that it's only a matter of time before more and more people become vaccinated. It's looking like the recommendations from the CDC, although they haven't changed, they're being much more promising with what the outlook may be in this summer. And the hope would be planning for if the 6 feet guidance is relaxed or reduced for September. Now, if that's the case, we are planning for September. We essentially are planning for 2 schedules. One schedule will be what happens if the 6 feet of distancing is removed or relaxed. We feel like we could do that fairly quickly with a high level of confidence. As school used to look with all the mitigation strategies like masking and sanitizers and making sure that we're keeping everyone safe within the guidance allowed. But if the guidance still exists that it's 6 feet in September, and I hope it's not the case, but if it still does exist, we do at this point have to plan for what that option would look like, because I believe that we are all in agreement we have to get the kids into school more than the current hybrid model that we have. So now is our time to plan for that time. And we're looking at all of those options. So as I communicated last week, since our last board meeting, the administration and I have started to discuss restructuring or redistricting of elementary schools for just 1 year. In the event that the 6 feet distancing is still a recommendation. As I mentioned earlier, let's hope that that's not the case. But let's plan now for that. And if it is the case, one of the ways that we can potentially reduce the class sizes that we have across the district is by doing grade level bands within a building, an elementary school, for just the 1 year. So what does that look like? Well, we have classes that have 22, 23, 24 students in some schools, and then in some other schools we have 16. And then when you put them all together in one building and keep the same number of staff members, although it may not be the most ideal scenario, the number now, instead of being in the 20s, drops down to 20, 19, and even in some instances 18. And that's without taking into consideration students who may still select a remote option if that's still available next year, which the Department of Education has not weighed in on at this time. So it allows the class sizes to be brought down to a more manageable number, and then to be able to creatively use spaces within the schools that have small class sizes as far as the square footage goes. A lot of our classrooms typically fit 16 students. On the high end, usually 18. There are exceptions to that, and we have some classrooms that can fit 19. But the problem is those class sizes typically are in the 20s, and we cannot accommodate the number of students. Just 2 weeks ago, the percentage of students who were selecting to come in person at the elementary level was about 85%. That's a high percentage of students coming into the building. In some other districts, colleagues of mine that are superintendents, they're getting their students into school every day, or are planning to in the spring, but their percentage of students who are selecting to come in person is 60 or 65%. If we were at 60% of people who wanted to come into the building, we would be able to get all of our students at the elementary level into the classroom. But that's just not the case. We're actually seeing a trend now, and our elementary principals will be surveying this week parents again to look ahead for the spring as to what parents' intentions are about being in person versus full remote. The middle school and the high school will be doing that as well. It's already looking, we're already getting parents who are going to be wanting to send their children in the next few weeks. And that's a good thing because they want the children to be in, they're feeling safer, but it still poses a challenge with the limitation of the 6 feet of distancing. So we are looking at this as a restructuring option. It is solely one option on the table to discuss. But as you can imagine, going into the planning and the preparation, if this were a viable option, it's not to say that it's the most ideal option. It's not to say that it's going to be the option that goes through. There may be other things and other ideas that in time are shared and may have more of a possibility. At this time, we don't have those yet. But before we go and start spending time with the administration and our teachers and discussing this, it's an item that really requires perspective and feedback and input from the community, and not just the committee, but the broader community at the elementary level. So on Genesis, the survey for parents to get a sense of, is this something that they would support for 1 year? If this were to be something that we could accomplish getting the students into school every day, let us know. And we'll look at those results. The results that will be considered will only be the results of families who have children in pre-K through grade 4 next year, because it would impact those children and those families. So once we have that feedback, and the survey will close at the end of the night on midnight tomorrow night, Wednesday, we will then go take a look at that data. We'll look at the results, Mr. Balaj has some work to do to make sure that we're only accounting for our elementary families. And then when we have that, we will then relay that survey results to the board. We'll relay those survey results to our staff in these committees that we're meeting. And then we'll relay those results to the public. And we'll make a decision as to whether or not we are going to proceed forward and looking into investing time and planning for such a proposal. Now, even if the community supports such an idea of moving forward and exploring it, there may be other challenges that pop up when we sit down and talk to our staff about working out the logistics, even if it's for 1 year. But we wanted to put all ideas on the table and take a look to see what we can do, because our buildings are small and they're limited in common space. But we continue to work on other ideas that the teachers and the administration share, and we'll be able to turnkey more information on that once we've had some more conversations. And I'll report that out on a regular basis at our board meeting and through our weekly updates to the community. So looking forward to more hopeful time as things continue to improve. And that concludes the superintendent report.
Thank you, Dr. Dionisio. I just have a quick question. So our high school last week or 2 weeks ago started on the AB, like 2 cohorts.
Mhm.
So how has that been looking and working? And has everyone who has opted into a cohort or students showing up for that? How is that look?
So that's one of the areas that I know that our middle school and our high school administrators are looking into, and is going to be a factor moving forward as we look at this as a district. I could speak to the high school numbers because they're more readily available in my mind, because I was just looking at these the other day. If I recall correctly, the percentage of students who opted to come into in-person learning was about 50%. But each day, we only have about 30% of students who actually are reporting to school. So the class size is still not very large. And that 30% changes on a pretty regular basis. It's not the same consistent 30%. If we get to a point, and this may happen, where we ask parents to make a commitment one way or the other, and you have to select and you have to commit to it, we may be able to go to 1 cohort at the high school, depending on what that turnout is. So we're working on looking at a communication that will go out in the coming weeks, so that way we can ask the parents at the middle, high school, and the elementary level as well. It doesn't seem to be that much of an issue at the elementary level, as much as it is perhaps at the high school and maybe a little bit at the middle school. So the numbers will really dictate how many cohorts we can have.
Yeah. It's just really interesting hearing those numbers, because having 50% opt for that, that would make it a pretty social and, more comfortable towards normal school than it's been. But only having 30% of the kids report in is like, that's a lot. Like 20% is just not showing up on any given day. Because I know a lot of, emails that we do get from parents say that it's really depressing for their kids to be in school because the classes have nobody in it, yet 20% who opted to be there aren't showing up. So it's really,
and it is really
difficult.
it's really difficult because of the hybrid component. School does feel differently, even when you're in it. It just does. Our teachers are teaching in 2 platforms at the same time. We're teaching students in front of them and teaching students remotely. That's really hard. The experience is different for the students than it normally would be, because you have less students in the classroom. The socialization is definitely different. Even if you had more students at school with masks on and distancing, it's different. The experience is very different. So there are a lot of reasons that kids aren't showing up. But we may be able to, if people make a more of a commitment, and we can give enough lead time for people to make those decisions, and for the school and the staff to prepare for that, we may have an opportunity to increase the number of kids in school. And maybe that just means that the 50% who are saying they want to come in, just come in. And that experience maybe is a little bit different because you have more people in. And perhaps that will change with the warmer weather. And people and more vaccinations and people feeling more comfortable. So more to be determined.
Do any of the board members have any questions, Mrs. Jaffe?
Thank you, Mrs. Fresky. I just wanted to clarify something. So when you were talking about the redistricting, and you had mentioned that the primary goal there is to be able to reduce the class size.
Mhm.
So when you were mentioning 18 to 19 students per class, that would be able to be done with the 6 feet of social distancing? Because I don't think that was mentioned at that part.
So when we have a classroom, yes, to answer your question, when we have a classroom that can fit 18, but the class enrollment is 23, we don't even have enough classrooms or spaces to move that class of 23 somewhere else. So unless consistently those 5 students never showed up to school, we could never have one cohort, which is what is the challenge. But if we, from a redistricting, restructuring standpoint, had classes that were more equalized, reduced class size, normalized those numbers, and then we could identify where the largest enrollments are. Like I can tell you 4th grade is a large enrollment, large class sizes. Then the principals can take a look and they know their buildings. We could look at their buildings and say, this school would make the most sense for this population. And then from there, be able to, as best we can, put our staff members in classrooms, but then also utilize maybe some of the larger learning spaces in those areas. Like Lanning has some larger learning spaces that Forest and FN Brown just does not have. FN Brown just doesn't even have true cafeterias. They have old classrooms that were converted and are being used as classrooms right now instead of cafeterias. So it's about being creative of where we would put the students if we could get those class sizes under 20. It puts us in a completely different position than right now. I believe 50% or more, at a minimum, 50% of our classes are 20 or above. And if I change that number to like 18, 19, it's something like 70%. So reducing that class size would be really important looking long-term if we're still in this position in September.
Right, so in September, you're saying with those class sizes at 18, 19, we could maintain the 6 feet, but have one cohort, meaning those children would be in full day, 5 days a week, with social distancing, with masks, with all these layers of mitigation that we're currently doing, but they could be one whole class.
Correct. And we would eliminate hybrid teaching.
Okay.
Because one of the other things that we're also looking at for next year, if we're still in this model, is looking at our current existing staff, looking at their certifications, and having teachers who would be, for parents who would choose the full remote option, having one teacher who would teach 1st grade, hypothetically, to those students across the whole district, full remote. So the teachers in the classroom would just teach those children in the classroom, rather than juggling the hybrid and the in-person world.
And another question about that I had was, so you're saying that grade level partners would still be together. They would just be with their other grade level partners from the other buildings. So
Correct.
you would still have that collaboration piece. You would still be with that person who you trust implicitly as your grade level partner from a teacher standpoint, which from a student standpoint sounds pretty magical. But I think also from a parent standpoint, just my personal opinion, I go, wow, like not going to Lanning, I don't know. Like that's hard for me to wrap my head around, but I mean, as a parent, that's part of what I would consider in that survey.
Absolutely. And that neighborhood school piece is really important.
Yeah.
I mean, my son went to Forest Avenue School. We moved to Forest Avenue section because we fell in love with the section and we fell in love with the neighborhood, and we enjoyed our child being able to walk to school and be part of that community. And this is not ideal. I don't think we would be discussing, I know we wouldn't be discussing this if it weren't for the fact that we're in a situation where we're trying to be as creative as possible. This is one way. Maybe there are others that come up in the coming weeks. This is one way we may be able to get there. It's not ideal there are pros and cons to a model like this, right? Because it's definitely not ideal for our teachers. And it's going to be some inconvenience because it would require some movement. There's logistics, there's the operations, and there's having to stagger schedules with pickup and drop off and traffic. And those are all things that perhaps we could work through. But before we get to doing
Right.
all of that work, let's get the pulse of what the community feels
Right.
about this for this 1 year. And we recognize the challenge it would be because of the movement. But if it gets us to that point where it would be possible, then perhaps it's something that we should look at if the community would be amenable to at least exploring it.
Okay.
But that neighborhood school piece and losing that is hard, but
Yeah.
hybrid for the long term
It's
for a
hard,
year
it's
is hard.
much harder. Yep.
And every single discussion and decision that the committees have made, if they were easy decisions, you wouldn't need committees and all of this dialogue. It would have just been made. But there are compromises and for every decision that's made.
I have another question,
Sure.
of course. So going back to speaking about spring, talking about, like all options are on the table right now. You're having lots of discussions with staff and ed committee, ed council, and doing this for several weeks now. When do you think you'll be able to kind of release more info to the public regarding like what's on the table at this point?
I have a conversation set up, another meeting, I should say, with Ed Council this week. We talked about some ideas today with a group of our elementary teachers, which was very productive. I want to be able to have a continuation of that conversation that I've had with Ed Council last week, and then continue the conversation this week with them. And then at the next board meeting, I hope to be able to have more feedback from the teachers as to what possible solutions there could be on the table.
Great.
That they feel that they could work with.
Great.
So I would hope that by the next board meeting on, what is that, March? Is it March 23rd, I think?
Yeah. March 23rd. Okay, thank you. One last thing, I just want to say from a personal perspective, and I've said this to other parents, and you guys have heard me say this before, that as the parent of a kindergartner, my life is incredibly hard right now. As a full-time working mom, we are drowning, to be light about it. And every week I go, is this right for me? Do I have to take a family leave to teach my kid to get this right? What are we doing? And then we start the next week over again. But I have never once questioned the 6 feet of social distancing, and especially the past 2 weeks was incredibly grateful for the fact that you have stuck with it no matter what, because of that's what's been recommended to you, because you're not a public health official, nor should you act like one, right? And we should be following the public health guidance. And I'm saying that because when I tested positive, I was so grateful that my kids were 6 feet or more away from all the kids around them and their teachers, who I may or may not have been vaccinated already. And that was literally the first thing that went through my head when I had to call Mrs. Petronico to tell her I was coming to pick up my kids. So I just wanted to say that in front of the board, in front of the public, and say that to you, and thank you for that. And it's hard. This is hard. I'm a hybrid teacher. I leave every day like this. It is every day is a close to breaking point, but I am so grateful for that 6 feet, because I am certain that if my children had tested positive, thank God they didn't, that it would have been a really terrible situation for Lanning.
Mhm.
And not only that because of the 6 feet or more social distancing that I engaged in with my house, the Montclair Health Department informed me that is what got my children back to school so much faster than what would have had to been had I not kept my social distancing in my own home once I tested positive. So I just wanted to let you know that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Joffrey, for sharing that, because hearing the personal anecdotes, help. We hear them from the public, but to be hearing it from a board member who's wearing all the hats of an educator, of a parent, of school-age young children. So thank you for sharing your story.
And if I just want to chime in real quick, and I love speaking with my mask on again. So somehow my voice doesn't carry with a mask on. So But again, I know, the administration's working hard, and I want to thank you again for talking to the teachers, talking to the staff, getting feedback from the parents. I can tell you from experience this weekend, and Mr. Allworth can vouch for me on that, the passion in our town. I mean, we have very passionate folks. We stopped by the assembly of folks on Bloomfield Avenue the other day, and as you know, I have 2 children in school, and Mr. Allworth does, and we decided to stop by just to talk to some of the parents, you get some of their feedback, understanding. We all want to get our students and children back in school. It's just, how do we do it the right way, the correct way, the safe way? And that's what the administration is trying to do, working with the health department, working with the staff and administration as a team. And again, trying to get feedback from the community, but again, trying to follow the guidelines and recommendations. So again, we're talking to other districts. We're doing whatever we can to try to find the best way to proceed in the spring, in the short term, and the long term for September. So, but again, I want to thank the group and everybody for continuing to move forward. And I want to thank the parents for their passion and, letting us know what their thoughts are. And we're listening, and we're trying to take that information and your thoughts and, relay that into a plan. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tech. Do you have something to say, Tim? Go for it.
I was going to say, Mr. Appy asked all my questions. No, but
That's why we don't have to talk much.
but I'm glad we got some clarification on that, because I know a lot of the parents I spoke to over the weekend thought from the survey that was the plan and that it was a done deal and moving forward. And I'm glad we got some clarification that we're still meeting with the teachers, still discussing other options, both for the spring and for the fall. And we're just, that there's some clarification that it's not a done deal, and we're working as best we can to get everybody moving forward as fast as we can, and hopefully be ready for things to come.
The hope is that by September,
Yeah.
it's not a 6-foot distance piece anymore, because the thought and the idea of doing this for another year, whether it's hybrid or even a redistrict, is a lot. It's a lot for people. So we're just trading one challenge for another. And I do believe that for our teachers and for our kids, moving away from and doing one cohort and not having that hybrid is massive. It's huge. The fatigue is unbelievable for the teachers and for the kids. So that's going to be important for us to be able to get there. So hopefully the 6 feet rule gets relaxed in time, and hopefully for everyone's sake, sooner than later.
And one thing I want to add, and I assume we'll find out sooner than later about the forum with the health department, with the doctors. I think that'll be critical to ask questions. We're in code orange or level orange now, right?
Mhm.
And whether it goes to yellow, how does that impact us, right? And we as Verona are being sort of lumped into the whole county of Essex, and is a way you can break out different towns depending on things like, what the, infection rate is, things like that. So.
And it'll be good for the health department to be there, so that way they could present on that. We could only share what they've shared with us, and which has been shared with all other school districts. And we're in our county, we're in our town, we're in our county, and we're within our region. And that's the way it's been set up, and there's no deviation from that. The health department a few weeks ago was awaiting guidance from the New Jersey Department of Health. And to date, there still is no update or revisions. So they're still waiting on it. So until then, we're still operating under the current guidelines, the most previous current guidelines that we have. But I agree. I think it'll be a good opportunity for us and the whole community, rather than just the administration, to hear from the Department of Health.
This affects the whole town, not just, the schools. So what I would recommend in just, once the forum information's announced, send in your questions, email those questions to the forum group, and they'll be able to help the health department hopefully answer those questions for you.
We should thank a couple of the parents are helping put that together, aren't they?
Yep. Floral and Floral Patel
And Mr. Mueller.
And Mr.
Mr.
Mueller.
Mueller.
Yeah, thank you to the parents
So
for assisting.
absolutely. It's a
And
community
thanks to the
effort.
town. Yep, town. Mr. McAvoy working on it too. So.
I have one more. I'm
Sure.
really sorry. Just really quick, I think we're supposed to mute, like when one person's talking, everybody else should mute because there's going to be a lot of feedback on the other end. Just as a request, sorry. What's any progress with the middle school? Like like, are we making any changes there? Is there any talk about what may happen there in terms of scheduling?
So the middle school committee met, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but they recently met. It was a productive meeting. There's going to be a survey that will go out, similar to what the high school will do. They're each doing their own survey in order to be able to identify what the parents' intentions will be as far as the spring, looking ahead at the fourth quarter, and being able to have the parent and the student intention of whether they will be in person or remote, so that way they can identify how many cohorts are possible. And I know that the staff there and the administration is looking at, you know, the different grade levels, and in certain grade levels, because of the way the classes are structured, you may have a few less people, you may have slightly larger rooms, you may be able to get more people in. They're working out all those details. Challenge in the elementary school, I mean, the middle school, becomes when you go to the specials. You know, for those of us who work in schools, we know that the class size in the specials gets larger, right? So that becomes a little bit of the challenge that is requires some creative thinking, and you only have the space that you have, and when you're operating all the programs at the same time. So they're working through that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm done.
Are you sure? All right, so we are going to continue with our agenda and go into committee reports. And I believe the athletic and co-curricular, Mrs. Prisco's not here, but Mr. Allworth, did you meet and do you have stuff to report back?
So, yeah, we did meet. It was a short meeting. Girls basketball and boys basketball are wrapping up. Unfortunately, they've had a number of shutdowns due to COVID. The boys were shut down the last 2 weeks. They're going to miss 6 games. So that's very unfortunate. But unfortunately, that's the reality we're living in right now. Every sport's kind of being affected. Hockey lost in the first round to Livingston in their tournament. But the good news is, after their early shutdown at the start of the season, they were able to make it through their season pretty much without any stoppages. So that's good. At this point, that's great news. Winter track has a few meets coming up. They're not, it's winter track, so it's just the running. It's not the javelin and all that stuff. But hopefully we'll be able to get those meets in without any issues. The swim team has been up at the Caldwell Community Center, and actually it's been going great. They've been able to hold more practices. They can take up more of the lanes the way they've scheduled everything. So that's going very well. They have 4 more meets. So as with every sport, hopefully they can get through those 4 meets, but it's been going well for them. Volleyball is getting started. They've already had 2 cancellations to games. They haven't even had a game yet, and their home opener was canceled, and then another game was canceled due to COVID issues against who they were playing. So they weren't canceled. Mr. Merkler's in the process of trying to reschedule them. So hopefully we can get those all made up and they can get all of their games in. And wrestling is getting started, and they've gotten really creative with how they've run the practices so that there's not going to be hopefully any issues. They've broken them up into little groups, and certain kids are on one. They've split the mat into 3 different sections, and certain kids are on one section, other kids are on another section. So they've been able to break up the team, because wrestling is definitely a challenge with COVID. Absolutely. So any way they can do it to make it safer. And they're doing it. They're following all the sports are following all the protocols from the NJ side AA, and just keep moving forward and hope we can get through all of it. But so far most of the teams have been doing okay and getting their games in. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Allworth on athletics? If not, then we have Mr. Allworth again and Mrs. Drappi. Did education meet?
Yes, we did. Meeting was really short.
there's a lot. I know, it was, well, the crux of the meeting was
Mr. or Mrs., Ms. Strappi, Mr. Allworth, someone has to unmute themselves. You're both muted, so no one can hear.
else's mic, my loud mouth. Okay, so just to recap, lots of policy movement. That's what the most of that meeting went through. We went through some of the finer details of it. But most of it is just updating a lot of what we already have. The Access 2.0 ESL testing has been delayed again. There have been no updates given for that. Hvac had their high school presentation on February 24th, and their fourth graders going to fifth grade presentation with Mr. Moriello on March 4th. Let's see. In terms of AP, I know, I don't think it was last meeting, the meeting before that, we had talked about how the AP has given 3 specific windows. And I don't know, I mean, I can speak to it. Dr. Miller, if you have anything to add, I guess afterwards, please do chime in. Dr. Miller and the AP teachers decided to leave the first and second window decision to take the AP test up to those students. And of course, the teachers will guide them to make the decision that is best for that student. And they're going to leave that third window open for any makeups. And it's going to be some of the AP tests are only computerized and some of them are either or, so the student can choose that as well. Anything else you want to add to that piece, Dr. Miller?
That was pretty good. I just want to give Ms. Gadaletta all the credit. Thank you for saying it's me. I was just a part of the process, and Ms. Gadaletta worked with all of us to come up with a sound schedule that was fair for students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we have professional development. Bill Jackson and Mr. Stevenson have met on the 4th. They're going to meet again on the 18th and the 25th with grade 3. A lot of push in into the classrooms, supporting the teachers in real time, which is extremely valuable. And we also have for ELA, Dana Clark, who's been visiting the classroom supporting balanced literacy. We launched our MAP growth assessments last week, and a couple kinks, worked them out technology-wise, kept going this week. Seems to be working okay. Looking forward to seeing the data from that. Observations are rolling, and last but not least, Diversity Council will have its first meeting on March 16th. And that's it.
I just have a quick question on the policies and regulations. I was reading through them and it's a lot. So yeah, it was about 140 pages worth of policy and regulations. And some of them had choices like will or will not do this. So where are we on that? Were there recommendations on that?
I think Dr. Miller could probably speak more to that. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, it would depend on the policy. If we're not sure, Dr. Dionisio, myself, and Mr. Moriello talk about it, we would reach out to Dan and get his opinion on it to make sure that what our decision is right. A lot of what you see in front of you, though, are revisions to policy. So some of it is, half of it is a language that goes from No Child Left Behind to Every Student Succeeds Act. And there are some new policies that are being adopted with like family leave, and several are being abolished. I think, and Dan could probably talk about this a little bit. We've learned a lot since March. So they've kind of removed the staff and support staff, and they've kind of put it in the 1000s right near where the full remote planning is. It kind of covers all the bases. It's not as redundant. And then just some language updates in some of the other policies, but while we remove some, we adopt some new ones. And if we ever have any questions, we reach out to Dan and he lets us know, Mr. Roberts, if it's a good decision or not.
And if I may add as well, just for the public, Board policies, we have a board policy company called Strauss Esme, so our recommendations come from their legal department. And then when we have require additional, or we are seeking additional feedback, we go to Mr. Roberts and our board counsel. So the recommendations that come forward are from our policy company. And as Dr. Miller mentioned, these are mostly revisions, some abolishments based on their recommendations for districts. And we always have 2 readings for all of our policies. So this is the first reading. So it gives an opportunity for us to go back if there are any questions and looking at things more closely before it's formally adopted.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any questions? And Ms. Drappi, was that all on education? Okay, then our next committee report was facilities, and Mr. Jim Day, did you guys meet?
Yes, make sure I'm off mute. Off mute. Yes, we did meet, and thank you very much. First of all, the window project that you've been all been seeing being worked on at HPW and FM Brown. I'm happy to report that the window project at HPW is 100% complete. So that is done. So we have all new windows, and FM Brown is 75% complete. So we're getting there bit by bit. And now the weather's getting nicer, so hopefully we'll be able to finish off sooner than later. Regarding rekeying of the district, that's 100%, so that's all completed. So no more worries about the keys. Fire alarm project is 100% complete, so that's been accomplished. The playgrounds, there is a meeting being held actually tomorrow for Forest Avenue in regards to the rubber surface that sort of bubbled up. So they'll be meeting with a contractor to talk about how to remediate that and take care of the particular situation. Let me scroll down. Regarding the HVAC, the contracts for the HVAC project have been signed. ECC will be on site during the spring break to shut down to begin pipe work. So we'll have the project starting during spring break. And then the last item is regarding bipolar ionization. We're big technology people here in Verona, but this is regarding the ventilation. Mr. Higgins is meeting with several different companies to see the product effectiveness and get some pricing as a possible add-on to our ventilation systems. And I relate the bipolar ionization to like a bug zapper to zap the germs, viruses. And I don't know, Mr. Higgins, do you want to add anything to what a bipolar ionization machine is? Not to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. That's fine.
Mr. Higgins.
Do you want to give it some detail, or I'll?
Would you,
Yeah.
Mr. Higgins, would you like to give some update and detail on what bipolar ionization is and what you're exploring?
So can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So what we're exploring some options that actually go inside the univent themselves. So that way when the fresh air comes in through the univents, these ionization units give out positive and negative ions, and they can attach themselves to viruses, bacteria. And what they do is they add mass to the viruses and bacteria so that they fall to the ground and get sucked out through the ventilation system. Also, they remove the hydrogen part of the virus, so the virus it can no longer make you sick. So that's what we're looking at. And also, we're also looking at some rooftop units to go in our rooftops. So spaces without univents like offices will still get the ionization process. That's about it. We have a meeting with Train Thursday for their products. And so we're going to get some prices from them as well on Thursday.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Higgins, for that clarification and detail. So
Thank you, Mr. Day.
and that's all I have for the report.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Day. Might that be something that would be covered by that grant, like the CARES, the additional monies that were coming in?
That's
remediate?
exactly why we're looking at it now,
Yeah,
because
that's
of
great.
the federal funds, the ESSER II funds,
Yes.
allow for us to approve and add on these sorts of improvements, and it can be very expensive. And we were not in a position before to be able to do that. We kind of tackled it with other mitigation strategies, and this seems like a good opportunity to be able to do that long term. It doesn't just impact SARS virus, but it also impacts and deactivates mold, bacteria, odors. So it's something that would be a good long-term improvement for the district.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. Great.
I have a quick question about the playgrounds. Is like who, for that fix, who's responsible for that in terms of money? Is that going to be an additional cost through the referendum funds?
So at this time, it's to be determined. And the reason it's to be determined is they have to wait until the weather gets warmer and the contractor is going to come out to the site. Once they discuss what the scope of work will be, they'll have to cut it out, dig it out, and then see what the issue is underneath. And if it was a contractor error, then they're going to be responsible for it. And if it's not, then we'll have to look at what the additional costs are associated with it. But we do still have money in that account to be able to cover that cost.
And I'm assuming Connor will be with the contractor there to do that. Okay.
Connor's the lead on that, yes.
Thank you, Connor.
Are there any other questions? So if not, we are going to continue down our agenda, and we are going to open it now to public comments on agenda action items to be approved. And I would just like to remind the public that there is a 5-minute limit, and please state your name and your address before asking your question. I'm going to ask Mr. Roberts to please open that up to public.
All right, Jody Brown.
Mrs. Brown, you're on mute.
Yeah, hi, Jody Brown, 158 Franklin Street. I don't know if this is actually an agenda item, but it was part of the superintendent's report, so I just have a quick question. I have a senior in high school who we have signed up to go in person. And most days we make her go.
Mrs. Brown, I'm going to interrupt you. I apologize, but that's going to be for public comment. This is just agenda that we're voting on. Are there any other hands up, Mr. Roberts?
No further hands.
Okay. And next on our agenda, are there any discussion items on old and new business that the board wanted to bring up? No, so we are going to move to a roll call to vote on the resolutions. And I need a motion to approve resolutions number 1 through 12.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Day.
Second.
And second by Mr. Allworth. And is there any discussion? Let me just take a quick look. Yep. Wait, what is that? 115. Oh, 1 to 15? Oh, I have an old copy. I'm going to make an amendment. I have an old copy of the agenda, so we need the motion to accept numbers 1 through 15. Can somebody move that 1 through 15? Moved by Mr. Day.
Second.
And second by Mr. Allworth. My apologies. Are there any discussions? Did you have a question on one, Mrs. Strappi?
No, I didn't have a question, but resolution number 13 to give the drama club an outdoor facility to perform. I think that's really wonderful. And thank you for that, because just like sports is essential for these children's mental health, which is at risk right now. For these students in the drama club, this is their outlet, and this is what they need right now to support their mental health. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing that. That is a good thing. So if there's no other discussion on that, I am going to ask Mr. Turner to do the roll call.
Mr. Allworth,
Yes.
Mrs. Drappi,
Yes.
Mr. Day,
Yes.
Mrs. Freshy.
Yes.
The motion's passed.
Thank you very much. And we have addenda items. I don't have the copy of that in front of me. So I need a motion to move addendum items numbers 1
Through 9.
through 9.
So moved.
So move.
Moved by Mrs. Drappi,
Second.
second by Mr. Day. And is there any discussion on the addendum resolutions?
No.
No, then I'm going to ask Mr. Turner to please do the roll call on that.
Mr. Allworth,
Yes.
Mrs. Drappi,
Yes.
Mr. Day,
Yes.
and Mrs. Freshy.
Yes.
The motion's passed.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody. And lastly, we go to public comments that are on any topic. And again, there's a 5-minute limit, and please state your name and your address before making your comment. And I'm going to ask Mr. Roberts to please do those. Thank you.
Okay, first up is Jody Brown.
Jody Brown, 158 Franklin Street. So like I started to say before, I have a senior in high school who we signed up to go to school in person all along. And there are days she doesn't want to go. There's days she does want to go, but we, for the most part, make her go every day because I feel she needs to be there. I just want to challenge a little bit your assessment of why the high school kids aren't going. Yes, it's a social thing and everything looks different, but in the fall, when we were given this plan, I believe we were told that cameras were purchased on a loan that would allow the teachers to teach to the children in the classroom while they were being live streamed remotely, or at least that's how I understood it. However, that is not what's happening when they go to school. When they go to school, they're still being taught remotely on a computer in the classroom. And I think the question a lot of the high school parents have is, where are the cameras and why are they not being utilized, being we will be paying for them for a very long time. And I think it would make it a much better learning experience and give them a little bit more normalcy when they are in the classroom. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. So, as I mentioned earlier, teaching in person and teaching remotely is difficult for our teachers to do. The classroom environment is very different, especially when in many instances, there are only a handful of students at most in a classroom, and it does change the dynamic. Our teachers are working really hard to be able to meet the needs of all of their students. In regards to the cameras, if you have a specific question, I would ask you to refer that to the high school administration or the department supervisor in specific instances, and they could best address those specific questions that you may have.
Okay, next is Jackie Fricky.
Thank you, Jackie Fricky, 65 Grove Avenue. Wanted to thank you for the update on the staff vaccination. That's very encouraging to hear. I want to be completely transparent. I let you know that I am speaking from a position of privilege. I'm acutely aware of this. I have 3 kids at FM Brown. My kids are at or above grade level. They are not special ed. They do not have learning disabilities. They do not have IEPs. We participated in a social learning pod since September, so they're getting interaction with children outside our home, arguably more often than some of their peers. I have complete confidence in the teachers of this district to get my kids where they need to be academically when we finally get back to full-time learning in person, or to rewrite the benchmarks of where they should be based upon the year. What I am really fearful for right now that cannot be fixed is the indifference that I'm seeing in them. The fact that they've been out of full-time in-person learning for 12 months now has cultivated this, and I'm worried that the care for school, the love for school isn't something that they can be taught or caught up to. They have moved from an environment where they were fully immersed, fully engaged, fully present. They wanted to learn, they wanted to excel for their teachers. And I've seen this shift, it's massive. They are going through a schedule, they're checking off an afternoon to-do list. My son is in second grade. You know, his list says, practice math facts for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, I'll do it for 5. Read for 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, I'll do it for 15. It's time to play outside. How long have we been out here? Because my list says 20 minutes. I asked him to reread his Scholastic magazine. He says, well, my list says it's optional. So the apathy right now is what's scaring me more than the virus. Again, my kids are well adjusted. I absolutely shudder to think what other families are struggling with. I did some spring cleaning this past week, which was disturbing. I have a worksheet from my first grade daughter where the assignment asks, if you could go to any place, where would you go? Listed 4 options: a carnival, a castle, a circus, or the North Pole. And the 7-year-old girl drew a picture and wrote, if I could go to any place, I want to go to my school. I found a writing assignment from my now second grade daughter that says, how do you feel about learning at home? I feel sad because I miss my friends. I feel sad because I miss my teacher. I can't wait to go back to school. The assignment is dated March 30th of last year. So the sheer length is staggering. You know, we're at a year. I guess everyone on this call is completely exhausted by this year, and we're adults who can see the light, even if it's dim. We can compartmentalize it. The uncertainty has taken a toll on everyone in all different ways. I know I've struggled, and I am mentally healthy and financially stable. So I know there are a lot of people struggling more than I am, but it's been a year. And that feels long to myself, to my husband, to my coworkers, and we're grown adults. So what I'm really worried about now is the long-term effect it's going to have on the kids, because to them, this disruption is more than just a year. You know, Mrs. Drappi just mentioned the importance of mental health. And if we look at this as a percentage of their little lives, it's really quite insane. My daughter just turned 7 3 weeks ago. So this 1 year is 14% of her life so far, which maybe doesn't sound like a big number, but if I look at that of my own life, that's 6 years. And when I think of how my mature adult brain would handle living in crisis mode for 6 years, I actually don't know how I would manage that. So to equate that gravity of loss and that length of a crisis to my children's lives is frightening, to be honest. I don't know how or if I would fully bounce back from that. So I'm not a psychiatrist or a pediatrician or a teacher, so I don't know, do they bounce back from this mentally, emotionally, the apathy, the loss of interest? Does this bounce back? I heard you list family physicians and the health department at the upcoming presentation. I'm not sure that I heard a family or child psychiatrist speaking. I have to believe you've been meeting with mental health professionals outside the district regularly throughout the course of this. So my first question is, I was wondering how often that is and when the last meeting was. And then secondly, what are their recommendations and their most current recommendations on the optimal time frame for increasing in-person learning? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part, Mrs. Fricke's question. Did somebody pick that up? I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How often are we meeting with mental health professionals?
Outside the district.
Outside the district to help support.
And what do they recommend? Yeah.
So I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Moriello in regards to the mental health piece. But I do know that our counselors, our child study team members, our partnership with ESS, our mental health professionals, this is what they do day in, day out, and not only working together as a cohesive team, but also then in their partnership with counselors outside of school. So I want to turn it over to Mr. Moriello to address Mrs. Fricke's question.
Your questions are very good ones. I mean, there is something that we are going to have to deal with when students do come back to us full time. That there's no doubt in regards to that. Right now we're dealing with students that are in crisis and are struggling. My teams, my general education counselors, school counselors, and also my child study teams, they are dealing with many mental health specialists outside trying to refer families so that they can get that extra support that they need. We do have mental health facilities that the district partners with also for risk assessments and those type of things to make sure that our families are supported also. I'm on a regular basis meeting and interviewing other mental health specialists that want to help out our district. We just don't sit there and refer our families off to anybody. So there is a vetting process that we do. And that's something that we take very seriously because we want to make sure that our students are getting what they need. Right now at the elementary school level, we're doing a lot of our SEL lessons. I know at the middle school level, we're looking at some social and emotional learning curriculums that we're going to be able to implement when students come back in or sooner, because we know that students are struggling. But like I've said at many board meetings, if there is anybody that needs any sort of help during this time, it's okay not to be okay, but it's really not okay not to tell anybody. So do your best to try to get to somebody and, reach out to one of our mental health professionals, and we'll help guide the families and we'll help guide the students to what they may need in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Moriello. I would also just like to add, I'd like to thank Mrs. Fricky for sharing that personal story about what her family's experiencing. We've heard that similarly from many different families. It's a real issue that she described. It's something that our children all process very differently from each other, and they definitely process it differently from the adults. I believe that as educators and as parents, what we've all definitely seen is that kids are pretty resilient. Oftentimes they're more resilient than sometimes we give them credit for, but that's not to say that these aren't real issues that we have to address and that will require attention. And that's going to require a collective effort. So we definitely recognize that that's something that we're going to have to, make sure that we make an area of focus tomorrow, next month, and then next year and moving forward. So thank you, Mr. Moriello, for sharing that.
Can I have one quick thing?
Sure.
I want to thank Ms. Fricky also, and just echo what she said in regards that my kindergartner got to go back to school after her quarantine and didn't want to go. So that right there is an indication to me that there is a mental health situation going on. Now, I will say that months ago, I had reached out to Dana Lustig because I noticed that my kindergartner was really struggling with her mental health. And Miss Lustig is a superhero of sorts and is nothing short of remarkable. And call this a shout out, whatever you want to do, a thank you. She is a wonderful, wonderful resource, as well as all of the counselors in our district. And she actually helped me at home and was able to go into the classroom and help my daughter when she was in the classroom and work with her classroom teacher to help better support her mental health in that regard as well. As a teacher, you rely on that interface with your students to be able to see their facial expressions and their posture. And that is typically where schools are able to interfere with a mental health or impending mental health crisis, even in our youngest kids. I think in a hybrid situation, what we're seeing now, and this is anecdotal, is that the parents are actually seeing not only the fallout of hybrid, but also what our students go through on a daily basis when they struggle to learn, or they're having trouble in a subject, or there's a social issue that typically the teachers would be managing in the classroom and would be able to lean on their colleagues in the building, social workers, counselors, to help interfere in that moment. So, I think it's just it's a very concerning situation across the board. But I would really, really encourage you to reach out to the counselors because they were so helpful for me in the home and in the classroom.
Thank you, Mrs. Drappi, and thank you, Mrs. Fricke.
Okay, next is Lisa.
Mute. Hi, Lisa Friedman, 54 Woodland Avenue. Are the Verona, as far as the vaccines go, I don't know if the Verona teachers are aware that every teacher, because they are employed in Verona, no matter where they live, can register at essexcovid.org. And that site drops hundreds of appointments, thousands of appointments. And if you're registering as an employee, as someone who does not live in Essex County, you can go to any of this, you can register at any of the sites in Essex County, and they list 2,000 at least appointments every single morning between 8 and 8:30. So that should be, that information should have been given to them. I'm surprised it hasn't been, but they can go on there every day. And if teachers need help, I know there's parents in town who have websites that are set up who literally all they're doing is helping seniors and teachers set up appointments. And if people need help coordinating that, you know, reach out to me and I can put you in touch with them or help you with myself, because I alone have registered over 40 people, you know, for Essex County, and anything you can do to speed up the teachers' vaccinations and help assist them is, you know, obviously very important. So that was all.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Friedman, for that input.
Thank you, Mrs. Friedman. And just to piggyback off that, the staff received that link. So yes, that's a wonderful thing that staff who live outside of the county are still able to register in Essex County. So when we communicated to our staff about Vanguard and that partnership, they also do have that link as an opportunity as well. So the goal here is let's get vaccinated as quickly as we can once we get that supply availability. And thank you for your help with getting people vaccinated and signed up. It's very appreciated.
Okay, Jessica Weston, you're up next.
Hi, yes, Scott Weston, 6 Peckman Court in Verona. Few questions around the elementary school aspect, and then just one in general. So I know some of the details, if this is going to go through, is still being worked out. But we were asked to vote more or less yes or no, but without a lot of information. So like, how much time would there be in terms of the staggered drop-offs between grades? Because there's parents that have multiple kids in all different grades. Secondly, is that a decision that is going to be made for the full year? Or if, let's say, come October, the Montclair Board of Health says we no longer have to do the 6 feet of distancing, would we be able to pivot back to the neighborhood elementary schools? So those are my 2 questions about the elementary school plan, if it was going to be a grade school. The other question, just in general, is kind of what's the time frame looking like if there is different decisions being made in terms of the distancing between CDC recommendations, New Jersey health recommendations, and the Montclair Board of Health recommendations? Do we have to wait for specifically the Montclair health recommendation to change, or can we act sooner than that? Because I'm not sure how long of a time frame there would be before whatever individual or group of individuals at the Montclair Board of Health get around to making a different determination, or at least following the guidance from someone above them.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Good questions. Thank you for those. As far as we recognize that the details, we'd love to be able to provide more details. We try to keep it as simple as possible because the details would come later on. We would continue to have public conversations with the community if this was a direction that the community would support, at least exploring. As far as staggered drop-offs, just preliminarily, 15-minute staggered drop-off was proposed. That doesn't mean that that's what it would be. So hypothetically, it could be an 8 o'clock at a school, 8:15, 8:30, 8:45, or 8:15, 8:30, 8:45, 9 o'clock, and then stagger the pickup. But that was just preliminarily proposed for discussion. And it could be more than that. It's still open. I mean, we really have not gone that far down into the details because we really wanted to get a pulse of the community. But that's something we would definitely have to look at because that would be a reality that we're facing. The decision for a full year versus partial kind of goes hand in hand, I think, with the timeframe question that Mr. Weston asked. Because of if no other viable solution would allow us to get students into school every day. I believe that the most prudent thing to do would be to not commit, have the plan in place, but not commit to doing it until as late as possible, say into August. Right? Because we've seen how so much changes in a few weeks and a few months. What happens if you have the plan in place? We don't want to unnecessarily uproot teachers and change things in June. If 3 months later, 10 weeks later, the Department of Health at the state level changes the guidelines. So waiting as long as possible is important. And that's why I wanted to address that one.
I think part of his question was, what if, like, say we start in
Yeah.
September and then it changes in October, would we realign?
Right. Yeah. So I'm going to go back to that one. So to answer Mr. Weston's question around the time frame, and the guidance is yes from the Montclair Health Department, but Montclair Health Department is guided by the New Jersey State Department of Health. So they're really one and the same. It's just the local unit works in collaboration with our communities. And then Mr. Weston's second question around the logistics and full year versus a partial year, that's something that would have to be incorporated into the plan when we would meet with groups of people or staff, our administrators, incorporating parents into the conversation around what would it look like if the guidelines change in the middle of the year.
Right.
Is it possible to transition back?
Right.
And is it too disruptive? And it depends on, how can we do that as seamlessly as possible? So we don't have the answers to that yet, but just even if the community said, yes, we would support going and looking into this, doesn't mean it's going to be done in a vacuum. We would have to go and do all that work and communicate out what the results are and what the plan would look like before a decision was made moving forward.
Can I ask a quick question about that? So I have a feeling we're going to get a couple more questions just about that plan. So at the sense that I'm getting from the elementary parents is that they're still not comfortable, maybe agreeing to not agreeing to the exploration of the plan of like spending the time on really looking at the logistics unless they maybe knew some more. So I guess now that we're spending the time in this meeting, kind of fleshing out some of those little details that will help them make a more informed decision, is there any way to maybe extend the survey another couple days to give them some more time to talk about it with their families? Because I think that'll give them some more time to make a better informed decision with, I mean, as little information as we still have, because we haven't taken the time to do the plan yet, nor I think should we, until we understand what the public is, planning on. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have an objection to that. And if that's something that would make people have more time to process, especially having tonight. That's why we made the deadline Wednesday evening at midnight. So, but if people feel like they need more time to just process, that's fine.
Yeah, to Friday, maybe. Yeah.
It's fine with me. I don't have an objection.
Okay, next is Diana Ferreira.
Hi, Diana Ferreira, 49 Fells Road. I want to first start by thanking Mr. Allworth and Mr. Day for coming to the rally on Friday. I think as parents, to feel your support there really meant a lot to us. So I really do appreciate it. I also want to thank Mr. Allworth for acknowledging the role that the parents had in initiating the town hall meeting. This is something that parents on the parent committee have been working towards for months. So we're really happy to see it in place. So thank you very much for acknowledging that. I wanted to just speak quickly to this 6-foot rule, quotation marks, that we've been hearing, because in the New Jersey Department of Health road back, they mentioned the 6 foot as a guideline when we can do it, but really to get kids back in school, if that can be moved. And I'm seeing other districts close to us that are lowering that distance. Data has also shown, going to Mrs. Drappy's point, that with masks on, even less than 6 feet, we're still safe in schools. So I feel like I would like some clarification as to this rule, because I'm not seeing it written as a rule anywhere, but more of a guideline. And this is a huge roadblock for us, right? So we're talking about planning and moving schools and redistricting because of this 6 foot rule. But from what we're reading and what the data is showing, it's a guideline, not a rule. So my question is, where is this rule? Because I'm only seeing it as a guideline.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferrer. So it is a guideline, and that's what the Department of Health, the local Department of Health, and the State Department of Health has stated repeatedly for us to adhere to. When we've asked them if we ended up purchasing and doing plexiglass, could we go less than the 6 feet? Their answer was definitively no. They recommend against that. If the school district were to not adhere to those guidelines, they are the public health officials. They are the medical practitioners, and we take our guidance and the recommendations from them. We recognize it's frustrating because we do see things that are opening up in other areas, in other venues. We understand that there are some other districts that, for different reasons, are following and being able to bring in more students for a variety of reasons. Our public health office has been adamant about following those. And that's similar to Cedar Grove and Glen Ridge and all of the nearby communities, West Essex, all around us that have reiterated that over and over again. And that's something that we're continuing to follow to be able to mitigate any community spread, any spread within our classrooms, to make sure that we keep our staff and our students protected. We know it's frustrating. It's frustrating for all of us. We want to be able to get back, but that's the guidance that we've been told to adhere to.
And next is the Muellers.
Hi, how you doing? Ron Mueller, 21 Linden Avenue. First of all, wanted to say, thank you as well to agreeing to be on this panel for the town hall that is being scheduled. Also, a huge shout out to Toral Patel that I've been working with on our side. She's been talking about this town hall for probably about 5 months now, 6 months now. So finally getting off the ground, I'm sure, is a huge relief to her as well, but thank her for all her support in that. My question to you guys is the meeting, the plan that you guys put forth on the September, if 6 foot rules are in place, fully understand, the polling the citizens or polling the community and trying to get a sense of what the, appetite is for that. But my question is, if the 6 foot rule is reduced to 3 foot, like sooner than later in the spring of this year, what is the plan that you guys will, have been talking about, or is there a plan that we can talk about to impact schools this year to ensure that we get back into school more than just the 3-day proposed hybrid in the elementary schools, but back to either a 5-day cohortless environment or any of the other proposals that were put up from the parents committee? It would be interesting to talk a little bit about that as well, if we are going to be planning for all contingencies, so that people can understand that if there is an option to go back to school this year, because we go from 6 feet to 3 feet very soon, that can also go hand in hand with your planning if we are still at 6 feet in September and have to talk about redistricting. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, and also maybe how you guys plan to attack that a little bit, because things are moving pretty quickly now. And like you said, we all hope that that 6-foot recommendation gets lowered. And, you know, what can we do then to hit the ground running as soon as it does? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. If the 6-foot were reduced to 3 feet, we have a high level of confidence we can get everybody back in every day. The middle school and the high school, those large classes, especially the specials or the population in the classroom, there may have to be some restructuring, some moving of those around. The middle school and the high school administration is currently looking at that for not if it happens, but when it happens. We do believe it will happen eventually. It's just a matter of when. And you know, there's a significant difference between 6 feet and 3 feet in trying to put students, put our staff in the classroom safely. There's even a significant difference between 6 feet and 4 feet. So getting to that point is really important. So we're prepared for that. And we believe that we'll be able to do that fairly quickly.
Okay, Amy Minier.
Hi, good evening. Amy Minier for Valhalla Way. Just a question as it relates to kind of shifting the schools around. Is there an opportunity to leverage the high school space given that enrollment there is so low? It sounds, as you were saying, 30% of, you know, the 50% of the people that are going, you know, it sounds like there's a lot of unused space there. I don't know if there's rules against ages and all that stuff, but like, you know, just trying to think outside the box.
Thank you. That's a good question. That is something that has come up even with our teachers last week. That question allowed us to have some conversation around that topic. The challenge is that regardless of how many students are actually in the building, our staff is designated. You know, if we remember back to when we were in high school, every period we're moving and we're shifting to a new class. So just about all day long, our buildings are occupied. So there is a staff member in there. There's usually a class going on. There are occasions when there may not be a class going on, but because of the rotation of the classes and the teacher's materials, it makes it very difficult to be able to allocate a certain portion of the building while also still trying to, at the same time, increase the amount of in-person learning time for our high school students. So it is something that was brought up as a topic. It was discussed, and we're looking at all the options, you know, and kind of looking at each individual school to see if one certain school has a constraint. Is there perhaps an opportunity at another part of town where maybe a designated class or two can go and utilize those spaces if it means getting in-person learning going? So we'll continue to look at that. But thank you. That's a good question. We don't believe that that's a possibility at this point while trying to maintain the high school program.
Okay, Sean Marie Haas.
Hi, good evening. Sean Marie Haas, 32 West Lincoln Street. I have a son who is a sophomore at Verona High School, and I just want to touch on the whole issue of the 30% attendance rate. I'm just curious. I know there's a lot of questions of why the kids are coming in, why they're not coming in. I have my own opinions on that matter, but that's why really neither here nor there. My question is there any intention to actually survey the high school students at this point to find out exactly why they're not coming in? I know a lot of parents have their reasons, and I'm sure, you know, you've heard from all of us a lot, but I know there's a couple surveys that went out, maybe 1 or 2 to the students, but at this point with such a low attendance rate, wouldn't it be in the best interest to hear from the students themselves in their own words why they're not coming in? Unless, I mean, of course, unless there's a medical reason or otherwise, but I'm just thinking at this point, maybe to get their point of view would be a good idea.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. So thank you, Mrs. Haas. I think that's a good suggestion. I will bring that back to the high school. And I believe that that would be something very simple for us to be able to incorporate into a follow-up survey for our students and to be able to get that perspective.
Erin Dean, you're next.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Sorry, I have these headphones and that are new. Erin Dean, 17 Hathaway Lane. So first, I just want to thank you guys truly sincerely for having the remote option for the fall. I'm on the elementary parent committee, and that was huge. It was a big ask. It, made coming up with plan options really difficult, and it also is just a huge support for our teachers and for the kids. So whether they're choosing to go in school or whether they're all remote, that is just really a life-changing decision. So thank you so much for agreeing to do that in the fall. And then I also just wanted to thank Mrs. Drappi for her vulnerability in talking about how her family is managing this while working. And just a lot of times we talk about the kids because that's really truly our only priority, but I appreciate the working parent perspective and what it's doing to us. I personally have 3 kids. I work at Google, which is a stable place to be, and I acknowledge that, but I also work with a lot of young single male engineers who are not in my situation. And like her, I think of taking a family leave probably every week. So thank you for saying that. I don't know, it just hit home for me. I just wanted to resurface the 6-foot rule. So putting aside whether it's the right thing to do, whether you should, overrule a recommendation, that aside, I just want to really respectfully ask you to just please stop referring to it as a rule. That word rule, it's been said 5 or 6 times at least tonight. But most of the time you call it guidance or recommendation, but often it's a rule. And the problem is, it's not that I'm just trying to police your language. It's that I think it's just really, really important to be clear about the words we're using. There's a lot of confusion in the community. And I'm on the parent committee. We field this question constantly. It's part of the reason we wanted to have the town hall. Not everyone in the community can read the New Jersey Department of Health guidelines, the road back. And so they're looking to you to accurately summarize it for them. And that is the recommendation. 6 feet's the recommendation. Totally get that you're following it. But it also does provide that there's modifications there. If you can't meet it, it says, there are other modifications you can put in place, such as students facing forward on the same side of the desk, plexiglass, etc. I know you've read it. But I just say that because people don't understand, and there really is an avenue that can be taken. Our hands are not actually tied the way it's being positioned. It is the recommendation, and that's fine that we don't want to go against it. I'm not saying that you have to do that. I am saying, can we please just be really clear about how it's talked about? Because I think there's tons of confusion in the community, and people are trying to make safety decisions for their students or for their kids. And the second thing is just, I would really, really love to know what the spacing is that we're looking at. And I'm wondering if you can share it. So some classes, like my son's in a really small kindergarten class. Certainly, I imagine they could probably get everybody back because he's in a split class. My second grader's in a huge class. That's not going to happen. So I'm just curious, class by class, school by school, in the elementary school, what are we talking about? Are 90% of the kids going to be able to get in at 4 feet, 5 feet? Or is it you really can't get anybody in, most of the people in until you're 3 feet? I think it's hard as a parent to try to understand what the movement is there without any kind of concept of how far away we are from getting people in. So I know that's a lot of data. I'm sure you have it because you measured all the rooms and you thought about how many kids are in each. Can you share that in some kind of form so we understand how high this mountain is that we're trying to climb? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dean. So the way I heard it, two parts to this question here. The first part was around the clarification around the guidelines. Yes, to reiterate, it is a guideline. And as I stated earlier, the Montclair Health Department, which is an extension of the New Jersey State Department of Health, could not be any more crystal clear around us following their recommendation. And if we don't follow the recommendation, there are all kinds of liability issues, both ethically, legally, because that means we're not following the guidance of the health officials. I'm not a health official. I'm a superintendent of schools, and I have to take the advisement from the experts in their designated areas to make the best informed decision. The mitigation strategies, we've asked those questions. By adding plexiglass, they have been very clear. Just because you add plexiglass, that provides additional safety, but it does not allow you to reduce closer than 6 feet. As far as the spacing in classrooms, the principals did that in the summer. They're doing it again now because we are examining exactly that, the 3 versus 4 versus 5 feet, and also looking at creatively, are there opportunities for us to move classrooms around and take a look to see what we could do creatively for the spring. So they are working on that, and they'll be able to have information on that in the coming weeks as they plan accordingly for all of these scenarios.
Thank you, Dr. Dionisio. I just wanted to add to the 6-foot guidance as well. I just attended with Mr. Day a New Jersey School Board Association mandatory training, and it was focused around legal issues. And there were about 171 board members, superintendents, and administrators from throughout the state on the call. And the advice to everyone was, it's not a rule, it is a guideline. And they strongly, strongly recommend that everybody adheres to it. That, as Dr. Dionisio stated, it opens up not only ethical issues, but also legal issues that we really don't want to encounter. So it was, it's recommended by everyone. And as Dr. Dionisio said, we do take our advice from the experts in those fields.
Okay, Anya Singleton.
Hi, I also wanted to thank everybody tonight for weighing in. And I know this is a really challenging time and it's difficult for everybody on all levels. It's very difficult for parents. It's very difficult for our amazing teachers in Verona who have been doing so much, working so hard to get our kids engaged and keep them engaged. But I had 2 sort of observations and questions. The first one is about the survey that went out. I think it's important for the public to know that I'm a member of the elementary school reopening committee for the parents. This is something we'd never seen before. I just want to make that clear because several people asked us, we have our ear to the ground in our respective schools, and several people asked why we hadn't discussed it. And I just wanted to put out there, we had never seen anything about the redistricting before that email went out. And so the other thing that I wanted to ask you about it is I have 3 comments made to me by several parents. That the comments that they had about the survey were that it really wasn't a survey because you were basically asked to agree or disagree with 2 options that you probably wouldn't have chosen. So parents that chose agree felt like they had to choose it because they wouldn't be presented with any other choice beside hybrid for the fall. And they do want more in-class scheduling for their children, but they don't want to break up the schools. And then parents selected disagree because they didn't want to have the elementary schools be redistricted because, it's not just that they're neighborhood schools. As I'm sure you know, since your son went to Forest, I know you mentioned that, there are entire communities with very involved parents and SEAs that funds are raised for. And it's a whole thing, like to kind of disrupt that for a year is an enormous undertaking. And I'm sure the staff would have a real challenge with that too. I also am not entirely sure how that would really address the overpopulation concern. So I think these are pieces. I know that it's all a what if, depending on the 6-foot rule, but I think this is a conversation that we're a year later trying to piece things together. And I have parents asking me these questions. A lot of them wanted to know if the teachers were surveyed. I've since discovered they were not. So those are all important things when you're looking to a huge plan like this, which would effectively change the entire face of Verona. So it's a big deal. So I wanted to ask, basically, and I know Mrs. Drappi referenced this earlier, I think even though we're hoping we don't have to do it, we need more clarification around those points, because people don't know how they're supposed to answer a survey that isn't really either of the options they want. So you can give them till Friday to answer it, but people don't know how to answer the survey. I would strongly recommend revising the survey and sending out another one. And I know that the parents would also like to know how the teachers feel about it, because they're our lifeblood in the schools. So that would be my question to you. Can we reorganize the survey so there's actual information that we can digest and think about? Because I'll be frank with you, most of the parents don't want to do this. They only want to get their kids back into school 5 days a week. That is what they want. And I know you want that too, and I know the teachers want that too. So possibly if we could clarify that, that would be incredibly helpful. We're all having a hard time with it. We all want to move forward. And I think it would be something for us to feel reassured by, because people are seeing us get into March with no change, and we're nervous about the fall. Thank you.
Mrs. Singleton, I don't think you gave your address. So before I turn it over to Dr. Dionisio to address that, can you please give your address? Oh, she's off already?
We have access.
Okay, I'll look it up.
I'll just quickly say on this, thank you, Mrs. Singleton. As I mentioned earlier, we really need to get a sense from the community. It's not a decision that is binding. The decision ultimately would not come until much later once we explore all the opportunities. It's just to get a sense of whether or not this is something that we should pursue, because there is a lot of detail that goes into it. So we provided the general framework for that. We'll extend that deadline until Friday to be able to give parents that opportunity. And then we'll take a look at that feedback, and then we'll have those discussions with our teachers. We started those discussions already, but we have a lot more to go into. Most of our discussions recently have been focused on what the spring looks like.
If I could also just maybe make a suggestion that if folks have questions about it, maybe reach out to your building principals and see if they can answer those questions about, if you still have questions after tonight about, the possibility of this plan, again, not the plan itself, but the possibility of doing this, reach out to your building principals. I don't know that, again, since it was not discussed in the parent committees, because it was kind of created and talked about after those committees took a pause. I don't know that the folks on the parents committees would be the appropriate place to bring those questions. So that's just my suggestion. Reach out to your building principals.
Julia Allen, you're next.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me? No? Yes? Okay, sorry. I'm on my headphones tonight.
We hear you.
I'm Julia Allen, 116 Elmwood Road. Happy to follow Anya, who I think was reading from my notes. But I also wanted to make some comments about the elementary redistricting plan. Some of these I actually did answer in the Google form, which was different than the survey, which to be honest was very confusing. So just throwing that out there. I wanted to also state that if we're stuck with 6 feet in September, I'll be very disappointed. My concerns are not really about time to process the question. I didn't understand the question. I understood what the objective of the question was, but I don't think I have enough information to accurately answer it. As Anya mentioned, I don't think these are questions that the building principals are going to be able to answer around understanding how to get more kids in the same amount of classrooms. I just don't understand that. I think that's a part of it that a lot of us are questioning. Will there be more staff added, or are we going to have the same amount of teachers, the same amount of classrooms, yet going to be able to double the amount of kids? I think that the math doesn't add up. So that's just my question. I also wanted to add, it came to my attention that kindergarten kids need to have bathrooms, as do I believe first grade kids. So some of that needs to be considered as part of this. And I also want to mention the comment about liability. We all understand that there's a liability aspect of children being in school and potentially catching a disease. I get that. There are lots of parents who would gladly sign a waiver to allow our children to come to school and indemnify the school district and say, you're not responsible if my kid gets COVID. I'm just going to throw that out there. We want our kids in school. We will do anything we can to get our kids in school. And that's pretty much all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Allen. I'm going to answer the first part of the question, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Roberts to talk about indemnifying district with the waiver comment. So in regards to the math, when we run the numbers for the enrollments, our neighborhood schools are wonderful. We take a lot of pride in them. There are a lot of advantages to having those, and we want to maintain those. But as the potential option, they're also very susceptible. They're very vulnerable to stark fluctuations. For example, if there is, we have this every year, but most recently in one of our elementary schools, we ended up having 48 students. Well, that's 2 large classes of 24. That's 2 teachers. And we have a lot of classes that are in the 20s. And then if we end up going and getting, 51 students, now all of a sudden that class size drops precipitously. And now we're in the upper teens because we're adding a 3rd teacher once we go and hit, over 50 students. So because of those fluctuations, by potentially redistricting, it allows us to take advantage of the parts of town and schools in certain areas that do have those low teen numbers. And when you take all of the numbers of 4th grade and you average them out by the same number of teachers that we currently have, keeping the same amount of staff, it brings the numbers down from the 20s into the upper teens. And when we account for remote learning, then that allows us to bring it down typically like another 10 to 20%, depending on the class. It also allows us to be more creative with the spaces that we use, the large spaces. So that's how the math would work. And we analyzed all of that preliminarily. The second part of the question, before I turn it over to Mr. Roberts, was around the kindergarten piece. So that is something that administratively we've talked about, and looking at ideally, having bathrooms in the kindergarten classroom, but that's not required. Adjacent bathrooms nearby are also permissible as long as those facilities are appropriate for our smaller children in kindergarten. So if this was something that we did, then we would make sure that we had those areas addressed. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Roberts for the last part.
Sure, thank you. So I appreciate your comments and some of the thoughts that have been brought up about the possibility of parents signing a waiver or a release, in the event their child should get sick or some other child should get sick, or should they carry the virus, into the school building. Waivers are an incredibly tricky part of New Jersey law. They are generally disfavored. The law doesn't like it when you release somebody from complete liability. In thinking about what a waiver might look like in this instance, I think it would have to be so broad and likely be legally ineffective. So I appreciate the idea. I just don't know that it could be effective in this instance.
Can I add something? We're talking about waivers for all the kids, and I'm sure a lot of parents would sign that. I would gladly sign something like that. But if we were to go below 6, basically the state of New Jersey and the Department of Health is saying it's not a safe environment. Were we to go below 6, we are then putting our staff in what's deemed an unsafe environment. So whether I think it's safe or the parents think it's safe, I'd send my kids in tomorrow if we were at 3. But the state of New Jersey says it's not safe. So for us to ignore that and send our staff in is kind of reckless, I think.
I agree.
I mean, I would give anything to send my kids in tomorrow, but I can't send the staff into a situation that might be deemed unsafe. That's not, I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Allworth. And I agree. It would be reckless and I would have an ethical problem with that, to do that.
Now, as a
So-
parent, I'd send my kid in second.
I wouldn't
That's a
suggest
whole
that
nother,
either.
that's a whole nother issue. Yeah.
And next is Brooke Berardo.
Ms. Barado, I think you're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Brooke Berardo, 47 East Street Place. Are you guys hearing me? I'm sorry, can I get a thumbs up?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't hear I didn't see anyone nodding. I have a question again about the 6 feet distance. Has the Montclair Department of Health indicated that there would be any change in that recommendation from 6 feet to 5 feet or 4 feet or 3 feet?
No, so Mrs. Berardo, the Montclair Department of Health has actually emailed the State Department of Health for additional guidance to see when any future updates will be coming, regardless of what those are. And they've asked if there's going to be any adjustment to that. They have yet to receive a response since my last communication with the Montclair Department of Health.
I mean, I know I've emailed the Department of Health every day last week. I know other board members have emailed the Department of Health.
Me too.
We are getting on the borderline of harassment at this point because the lack of communication from the New Jersey Department of Health is very concerning. They haven't even talked about the fact that the CDC has updated their guidelines and how they would reassess their own guidelines and what they would communicate out to local health departments. So yeah, that's incredibly frustrating. And I haven't received anything back from anybody, not even like a template response. Thanks so much for your email. So I don't know really what's going on there.
Okay, Dr. Chen, you're up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate all of the efforts that the board member has been made, and I'm really impressed by. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 26 Felswood in Verona. But again, I just really want to express my appreciation for how, as a community, every single person are so involved, and we are spending every minute like we are like thinking about that even outside our working hours. Like we stay up late to think about that. Myself, I'm trying to find as many of like scientific evidence to like understand the situation more as well. So first, and I mentioned again of my background. So again, I am in social epidemiologist, and I actually was trained at CDC a few years ago. So I got my PhD at Emory. So that's why I work at CDC. And I also trained at Columbia and University of Chicago. So I've been working with the area for like more than 10 years. So from my reading, I just want to share what I've read from the CDC's report, especially from the MNWR report, which is most influential leading publication in the United States in terms of the disease communication. So one of the reports they just published in like February, they conduct an investigation of one single school district in Georgia in December, I believe from December to January, like December 2020 to January 2021. So that single district, they have like 9 clusters, school-related transmission clusters identified throughout 6 schools. So what they found is more than half of the cases are actually started with educator and educator transmission. So that's being said that most of the time, the transmission really start from adults. And then the adults pass that to children. So it's of course, children can pass to another children. But if we can really pay attention to all the mitigation measures for the adults, like it's one of the like important way to mitigate or to minimize the school-related transmission. So, and I know a lot of people thinking about the 6 feet. And again, like as many of you state that is really a guideline. And there's like, it's hard to have the public health official to create so many different versions of guideline for different population, because there are so many different heterogeneity there, and different states have different policies. For example, the mask wearing. So they just couldn't have a one way that fits all approach when making the guideline. So what I'm thinking like is just feeling like, can we rank like about all the mitigation method that we probably can use? For example, of course, we will mandate the mask wearing both indoor and outdoor. And then we will have all other kinds of mitigation measures. And yes, 6 feet, it's essential. I'm not arguing with the 6 feet, but I'm just feeling we may need to do some like comparative analysis on it from 6 feet to 5 feet, or like if like what's the benefit of like we see that like children have tremendous mental health issue. Again, the CDC data report that for children, for any kind of age ranging children in 2020, like it's the mental health emergency related visit is substantially, significantly higher than that in 2019. So like we have to balance a little bit about like,
Dr.
like
Ken?
oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, you're at your 5 minutes. If you could please wrap up.
Sure. So that's my first thought. And the second thought is the survey. So I'm also, it's not like I'm teaching survey design. So I think the problem here for the survey is you are using a double barrel research, double barrel survey question. So we won't be able to get any information from that kind of survey. So even if we have a result, but we don't know how to deal with the result because you are not, we don't know what the result is truly means to something. So I would highly suggest to revise that. And I'm happy to take over that, like to review that. If you need someone like a second eyes to look at that, I'm happy to do that. And just really want to see like there's a need to revise the survey. So thank you so much for hearing all of that.
Can I just make a comment? Go ahead, Ms.
I just want to thank Dr. Chen. After she spoke at the last meeting, I went and looked at that the research that was done in Georgia, and I really found it fascinating. And your insight is always appreciated. So thank you.
Next up is Lynn Halsey, but I accidentally put your hand down, so if you could raise it again, I'd appreciate it. Okay, there you go.
Okay, hi, Lynn Halsey, 53 Linden Avenue. And Dr. Chen actually said a lot of what I was going to say. So kind of, piggybacking off of that, off of her excellent insight. And what I wanted to say at a broad level, I think a lot of the pushback recently on asking about where the 6 feet guideline is coming from is because of how many, different opinion pieces we're seeing from epidemiologists that are, talking about the risk benefit ratio of, what we're getting in terms of 6 feet and what we're getting in terms of the risk of mental health by not lowering that guidance when it, means how many kids are going to be in school. We're, seeing a lot of that coming out of healthcare and public health officials and, pediatricians. And, we're also now starting to see a number of studies that are showing, that there is a good reason to believe that 3 feet versus 6 feet might actually not be significant in terms of the benefit. So I completely understand that the board and you, Rui, Dr. Dionisio, rather would not go against the Montclair Health Department. They are, they are the experts. That does sound like it would be irresponsible for us to do. So my question is, when you're in discussion with the Montclair Health Department, asking them, do we have any room to, add in plexiglass? Does that change anything? Is there someone, is the Montclair Health Department focused solely on guidance for reducing virus transmission risk, or are they assessing the risk of mental health concerns, educational concerns as a public health crisis in comparison to virus transmission in school? So is it like managing dual potential crises, or are their guidelines 100% focused on coronavirus virus transmission solely? Because I would just like to understand, if because we're seeing so many of these, like I said, experts in the field saying that, the risk to children is too great, and that, they're really not, the benefit is not greater when they're at, being kept at 6 feet. And then my second question is, if we were to stick with, Montclair Health sticks with 6 feet, we continue to stick with 6 feet. If we see districts around us that are comparable in size, budget, et cetera, that do start to reduce down to 3 feet. And, whether they publish their data or we can see it at the state level if we're talking to them, and we don't see that there is any significant increase in in-school transmission when they've dropped from 6 feet to 3 feet, is there any potential that we will start to, look for a second opinion, I guess I would say, if Montclair Health Department does not budge there, but we're seeing it working in practice in districts around our area. Would we take that into consideration and perhaps, outsource or, go away outside of Montclair Health Department and seek perhaps, maybe other local health departments and just see, what their guidance is, so that we can look at our own situation and see if there's any potential for a change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Halsey. Those are excellent questions. Appreciate you getting on the call. To your first point, your question, I believe, was around the spirit of when the Montclair Health Department is making their recommendation, which is really a recommendation from the State Department of Health. Are they making that decision solely based on the medical spread, the community spread, the viral component of the virus, or are they taking into consideration the other residual effects, the impact of mental health, and everything else to a community? We've had conversations, I can say, I can't speak on behalf of the medical professionals at the Montclair Department of Health. I would let them speak to that. So I think that's an excellent question to perhaps submit for the town hall forum. Let them ask that question, answer that question specifically. I encourage you, when that link does come out and we communicate that, please do include that, because I think it's important to hear. I can share with you that most of our conversations with the health department are really around the virus and the spread of the virus. But the Montclair Department of Health is keenly aware of other impacts, mental health being one of them, to children and to staff. So they're cognizant of that. But I would prefer that they answer that question more specifically, and I think it's an excellent one. And the second question was around, second opinion of other medical professionals. If similar districts move closer, would that change our course of action? Once again, being part of the state of New Jersey, whether it's the Montclair Department of Health or the Bloomfield Department of Health, or we're guided by the State Department of Health, and they're guided by the State Department of Health. So until that guidance changes from the state level, we're at this point right now locked into the 6 feet. Yes, it is a guideline, but we've discussed, why it's important to stick to that for a number of reasons.
Kristen Donahue.
Hi, Kristen Donahue, 31 South Prospect Street. First of all, I wanted to thank the board members, Jim and Tim, for coming to the rally. That was really great. I think it was a good way to kind of see, what some of the parents in the community are advocating for. So I do thank you for that. So in listening tonight, I've kind of always been under the impression that our adherence to this 6 feet guideline is truly due to safety issues, right? Fear of COVID. And I'm really upset actually to learn that instead of a fear of the virus, it's more of a fear of litigation. And that really, really bothers me. Because at this point, me personally, my children actually, for different reasons, are in school quite a bit, more than other parents. So I'm not even advocating for out of my own personal, for my own personal reasons. This is more about for all the children in our district. And the fact that somehow a fear of lawsuits is more important than the very real educational crisis, mental health crisis that we are currently facing. I mean, talk about ethical, like really. So I would just really hope that everybody kind of explore that a little bit, because when it comes down to it, and I said this in an interview, and I fully mean it, this should not be about the adults. This is about our children. And that should always take precedence over everything else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Donahue.
Dupree.
Hi, Mike Dupree. Thumbs up if you can hear me. All right, 47 Cypress Avenue. I really wasn't going to call in tonight, but the discussions always sort of lead to down a path. I do, however, need to start by thanking somebody, and I know he doesn't want me to do this, but I've been meaning to do it the last 3 weeks, and last 3 board meetings, and I keep forgetting. And that's Mr. Merkler, who never wants the recognition, but deserves a whole hell of a lot of it, because he is doing a job that he never anticipated himself doing and never signed up for, and he's doing it really well. And he's dealing with a lot of really nuanced situations, a couple of which he's helped, my own family through with, in the middle of travel quarantine guidelines changing. he stepped up with our school nurses to really help us navigate the situation well and in the best interest for the school and also our families. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you do, and I know you deflect all attention to it, but I feel like you're an unsung hero in a lot of this, and I don't think people recognize or see a lot of the work that goes on behind the scenes. So thank you for all that you're doing. To pivot a bit, you know, there was a big double down on 6 feet tonight, and I guess I just want to speak to that a little bit. I mean, we talked guidance. We know it's guidance, not a law. It's not a mandate. It in certain ways should not result in fear of litigation or legal recourse from any party, assuming proper precautions in addition to the distance are being met. But the narrative around this is changing at a local level, at a regional level, at a national level, and every single day we're hearing more and more about like health experts that are not influenced by state or federal politics speaking out on this particular issue. And I'd like to share a couple of things that some of these folks have said, and then talk about making judgment calls. And then the second part is really the question I have is regarding to the survey and the methodology there. So just quickly, this is from John Williams, who's the professor of pediatrics at the University of Pittsburgh and the chief of infectious diseases at the Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh, who says, there is not a lot of evidence for 6 feet versus 3 feet. Quote, and the masks are much more important than the distance. 3 feet would allow much more capacity in schools. I'll share one more. This is from Greg Gonzalez, who's the assistant professor of epidemiology of microbial diseases at the Yale School of Public Health, who says, quote, we are going to have a lost generation, a set of children who will fall behind educationally with deficits that could affect their entire life course. And the last one is from Samir Patel, who's the associate professor of pediatrics for Northwestern, who says, quote, categorically closing schools, even partially, has caused more harm to children than COVID has. You guys are all elected or appointed officials that have been placed in leadership positions to make tough decisions. And good leaders always we're always at some point in time, you're going to be faced with making a judgment call based on the information that's presented to you. You weigh the pros and cons based on the facts that you have and based on what's happening around you, and you make a call. And you have access to real data, including at our own local level, which is still to date has shown no in-school COVID transmissions related to students. You have expert opinions that aren't influenced by state politics. You have examples being set by neighboring districts, so on and so forth. Even Ms. Drappi tonight touched on the lack of communication coming from the New Jersey Department of Health, how frustrating that's been, the lack of apparent interest in even engaging around this. This is really telling, and it's putting you all in a tough spot because we're seemingly attached to this guidance by a local health department that probably doesn't even want to give it. They're just waiting from decisions from higher up. And the people higher up have other things that they're worried about and are influenced by other things like lobbies. So I guess the ask is simply to implore you to just look beyond the kind of myopic guidance and not a mandate of what our local health departments are telling us, and really taking everything else into account, all the things you've been hearing, all the things you've been reading, the mental health, the emotional toll, the academic setbacks, the backsliding, the impact on your community, to your parents, your staff, your students, everybody, all these arrows are pointing in one direction. We're just asking you to start to walk in that direction. Ms. Fresky commented about the potential recklessness or unethical nature of going against 6 feet of guidance. I'd argue that there's nothing more unethical than what's happening to our kids right now. There's going to be a judgment call that has to be made. Let's hope that the guidance changes in the next couple of weeks, because all directions seem to be pointing to the fact that it should. But if it doesn't, we're probably going to be faced with this moment where we have to make a call. So that's all we ask, is that you make a judgment call, because it is in your hands to do so. The question I have is regarding the survey. And Ms. Drappi made a comment earlier tonight about the survey and emailing the principals. I don't think that the issue is about the lack of understanding what the survey is asking us. I think the issue is with poor methodology and a natural conflict that is posed when answering the question. And I think the biggest fear is just the misinterpretation of the data. If the interpretation of the data could be an issue, it's probably going to be important to reassess and resurvey the community, because any sort of sharing of a data to reinforce a decision is is just it's faulty. It loses its credibility. So I think that's the bigger concern. I'll wrap it up. Not the lack of understanding. So on the heels of that, there was mention of another survey potentially going out into the community. And my only ask and only question tonight is simply, will you engage a couple of representatives from the community to help aid the build and methodology of that survey? Myself and Julie Allen worked with Dr. Miller on the one that went out in October. I may be biased, but I think that was the most helpful one based on the way it was structured and the way the data was able to be collected. I'd like to ask that you would engage maybe 1 or 2 members of the community who have experience with this stuff to help you with the next one that goes out. So thank you for the time. Thanks, Mr. Merkler, and thanks for the question to the survey.
Thank you, Mr. Dupree. We will work as an administrative team and develop those surveys. And the survey that we referenced earlier was around parents' intention. The surveys that will be going out is parents' intention of whether or not they intend to return their children to school in the spring. So we'll move ahead with those. But thank you for that recommendation, and we'll take that into consideration.
Brenda Herman.
Okay. Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I will, in full transparency, advise that some of my questions have already been asked, but I'd like to reiterate them because I think they're important. By the way, I live at 31 Wayland Drive and I have 2 middle school children. So the first point, the elementary school discussion about redistricting, I really feel that although it doesn't impact my children, I feel that the need to discuss that in a better forum is clearly evident. And I feel like there are lots of questions and scenarios that need to be addressed in a format that's outside of the Board of Ed meetings, because unfortunately there's a whole other half of the district by population that have needs that are unfortunately being cannibalized by a discussion that is incredibly important. However, the needs of the students in the other schools is equally important. So I ask that in due service to the student population in the elementary schools, that we have a separate town hall or some other meeting that serves the needs of that population, because there obviously is a serious concern over the redistricting. Obviously, I don't have stakeholders in the group, but it's an important discussion. And I think trying to handle it in fragmented Board of Ed discussions is not serving the need. My second question is related to the Department of Health guidelines, which has been a wide comment, broad comment tonight. Specifically, we are leaning very heavily on the 6-foot guidance, but we are not, I'd actually like to understand what guidance the Department of Health is providing for mental health concerns. I think we've all, I mean, this echoes Mrs. Halsey's point earlier. We are leaning heavily on a simple distance, which with, you know, the reality is that more and more districts are continuing to open up because they have seen other data and they're leaning into the other data that suggests that 6 feet may not be all it's worth when masked and taking other safety precautions. However, the degrading mental health situation is not being addressed. And we are sitting at the heels of an epidemic of vast proportions. And we are more concerned about the litigation of the 6 foot than we are of the consequences of ignoring a mental health crisis that is at our feet. Third, I would like to understand the difference. I really don't understand this. It's confused me and kind of befuddled me for the entire time. I have children who participate in sports or have participated in sports, and we've opted out through most of the indoor sports. However, I don't understand, and maybe someone can speak to this, as to why we're leaning so heavily on 6 feet in classrooms while masked. However, we have athletes who are playing sports when not masked and well within inches of one another from other districts. I applaud the students and the families who are having the opportunity to play sports. I am not criticizing them. I would just like to ask why the Department of Health is leaning one way for this policy and the other way when it comes to students in schools who are masked. And my fourth point is what options and incentives are being considered to the students at the high school and the middle school whose cohorts are still limited, but their social needs are obviously becoming at a crisis level because their apathy is at an all-time high. They don't want to be there. It doesn't serve their needs from an education, academic, social, or mental health standpoint. They are just falling into their caves. It's dangerous, and we are not addressing it. And we keep leaning into the 6-foot guidance to say that is it. However, we are smart, creative people. There needs to be separate conversations about what else we can do to get the kids on the campus. Maybe if it's not in the classrooms, it can be maybe after school, when the weather is warming up. Get the seniors together, find ways to get those kids together, find ways for them to at least salvage any of the lost time that they've had. I don't have a senior at the high school. I don't have any kids at the high school, but it's really sad. We're so worried about the classrooms. You know what? Forget it. Their year's gone. But you really have to start addressing the social and mental health needs of these kids. It's catastrophic at this point, and something really has to be done. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Herman. Just briefly, just to try to address some of the questions, comments that you made. So going back to the elementary redistricting, if the community isn't interested in us exploring it, then we won't explore it. If they are interested in us exploring it, we will. We'll see if it's possible, and then we'll turnkey more details and information to the community. And then we can reevaluate at that point where people are at as far as the potential impact and what that would look like. But this will at least allow us to move forward. To your second point on the Department of Health guidelines and mental health, I think that's a good question. I think, once again, for the Department of Health, for the town forum, I would encourage you to include that, and let's hear from them. I know that, as Mr. Moriello shared earlier, the resources that we have, not only with our counselors, child study team members, and mental health services in-house, but also the partnerships that we have outside of Verona. We have those resources available, and we can provide that guidance. We recognize these are all very real issues that you shared. We share that sentiment. The third point around athletics was around sports participation and the difference in what that looks like versus being in the classroom. Also a very legitimate point that you made. It's something that has been a topic of conversation, and we've reiterated it to the Department of Health and to the state level. I would encourage you and any parent who has issue with these guidelines to contact the Department of Health, contact the governor. A few weeks ago, I provided a link to the governor's office to be able to have parents contact him directly with some of these concerns and questions. And then last but certainly not least, around HBW and VHS. I know HBW is in discussions around some of these topics, and VHS has been around, getting our students together. So there's plans in place for looking at how to safely have activities for our seniors and our students, our high school students in the spring, whether it's outside, socially distanced, to have these kinds of seminal, important events for them. So that's something that we are looking at, things like, honor society inductions, but also things that are more social, while maintaining that social distancing. So I hope that addresses those questions and comments. So thank you for your feedback.
Can I chime in? I want to clarify something. I know everyone seems to be latching on to the lawsuit portion of sticking to the 6 feet. I'd like to clarify what I said before about forcing the teachers into a situation that the state deemed as unsafe. I was speaking as a teacher myself. I work with a number of teachers who would not be comfortable going into that situation. I work at a district that is also sticking to the 6 foot, will not go below 6 foot. And half of our staff refused to go in if they were not. I'm speaking my district, not Verona. I don't want to speak for the Verona teachers, but the sticking to the 6 foot is just as much an ethical dilemma for us as it is a legal one. So I want to make sure that you all understand that we are not solely looking at it from that perspective. The health of our staff and students is foremost at our on our minds. That being said, I agree with all of these comments about the mental health portion of the Department of Health, and all of those questions should be addressed to them because that needs to be considered. And if they deem those issues to be more important, maybe we can get some leeway on this guidance. But so I just thought I should clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, Rita Scelfo.
Hello, Rita Scelfo, 25 Church Street. I wanted to go back to a comment that the board made when talking about just what you were saying, Tim, not having the teachers go in if it was under 6 feet. But we're now working to get our staff vaccinated. So are you going to have a different stance once they're vaccinated? Because to me, that's a big reason why we're working on that in the state, is putting them ahead of the list of other people is so that they will be safe when they're at school. And then piggybacking on that, I'm a patient at Vanguard and received notification from them last week that the Department of Health asked them to focus their efforts on those over 75, feeling that primary care physicians are able to best help those individuals who can't access the vaccine, which I admire, but I'm concerned that we're putting our district teachers, the plan that we're working on is to go through Vanguard, and they're saying that they're focusing on this group. So I'm a little confused about, are they helping the district or are they helping this other population? And we need to, as a community, try to figure out a different avenue to get our teachers vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Scelfo. To the point about Vanguard, yes, we have that partnership, but as I mentioned earlier in my superintendent report, we are also looking at the large vaccination sites as well. We are awaiting Vanguard getting notification from the state as to the supply. They are working on not only addressing their over 75 population, as you noted, but also to be able to allocate a designated number of vaccines for our staff as well, to be able to start that process. So we're going to continue to work with them, but simultaneously we're also working and looking to see what other options exist. I know Mr. Merkler has been in touch with other public health providers, medical providers, in order to be able to build those partnerships. Right now it is that supply issue. We do anticipate that it's only a matter of time before that opens up. And to go back to your first point around vaccinating our teachers, that is the ultimate goal. But we also service all of our students. And as Mr. Roberts mentioned earlier, we cannot be indemnified by having parents sign a waiver. And we are dependent upon the guidelines from the Department of Health. So a lot of intricacies here and all of these things working together, but I hope that answers your questions. Thank you for your comments.
I just wanted to add a little bit, because even though once the staff gets vaccinated, if the guidance doesn't change on the 6 feet, I mean, it would be something for us to consider, but also children are not being vaccinated. So children, although they're young, they're still people. So it's just unvaccinated people together in a room. So I think people need to keep sight of that, because I feel like although kids have historically over this past year not contracted the virus as much, and they haven't been as impacted as much as adults have, but it's still a novel virus, and they're not knowing the long-term effects. And there's a lot more students than there are teachers, and it would be a whole population of unvaccinated people within our buildings.
For
So
sure.
I just think it's, something to keep in mind.
For sure.
I would add to that though, that like the teachers are a large portion of our community. You know what I mean? Like they live in the area. They not only live in town, but they live throughout Essex County. Some live outside the county. So as more and more get vaccinated, and we're talking about the whole teacher population of New Jersey gets vaccinated, I think we're going to see and can expect to see, and I'm not an epidemiologist or a public health official, but I think it's begs to reason that we could expect to see a pretty significant decline in transmission rate, and hopefully significant enough in the next 6 weeks that it takes, or more, 6 to 8 weeks that it takes to get these teachers fully vaccinated, that we see enough of a decline that they do reduce that 6-foot guidance. I think I expect that to happen based on the science behind kids transmissions and the science behind what the vaccines are doing for people. That's just my forward thinking. Within 6 weeks, I do expect to see that. I can't say for sure because I'm not a public health official, but I can't see why not. And we'll find out later this month when we talk to them in person. But like, there's such a big piece of this puzzle right now. And it's not only to get kids back into school, but it's to just reduce community transmission in general. The county is doing a fantastic job, as Ms. Friedman mentioned earlier. I mean, they are churning out these vaccines, hundreds of people each week. So I think that will increase as we go along. So.
I think to your point is our teachers are a big part of that. And even though our students aren't going to be able to be vaccinated right now, they're talking about that perhaps in the future, right? But when we get to the point where we have a lot of parents in the community who are not educators and they're becoming vaccinated, right? That's also very promising. So it's all of these pieces of the puzzle kind of coming together, and one would expect and hope that as these vaccinations continue, that we're having a very different conversation, like you said, 6 to 8 weeks and 10 weeks out than we are having today and that we were having a few months ago. So the hope is that we're kind of like on the other side of the mountain and things are going to only continue to improve.
Okay, Nancy Ziebert.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nancy Ziebert. I am at 40 Birdseye Glen. I'm the mother of a 6th and 9th grader, and I'm also a clinical child psychologist. Before I make my statement and ask my questions, I wanted to just address a question that was raised earlier by Ms. Frisky, I believe. Since there isn't a mental health person present this evening, I wanted to address that question. She had a question about the duration of the emotional impact of remote learning on our kids. And I wanted to just, put into the record here that there was an article published in June 2020 in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that found it was a review of the literature. So it was about 56,000 subjects that were reviewed across different studies in a meta-analysis. And it found that social isolation and loneliness increased the risk of depression in kids and adolescents up to 9 years later. And it was in fact the duration rather than the intensity of the loneliness that was most strongly associated with mental health symptoms. So I just wanted to put that out there because, the concerns obviously that everyone's raising about mental health are significant. And at some point you have to weigh the impact on our students' mental health against the risk of COVID in the community. I feel like we've sort of crossed over that tipping point, and districts now around our state and around the country are recognizing that and really taking on a leadership position and sort of breaking ground in terms of making bold but safe moves towards getting our kids back out of the house and into schools. So my question tonight is again focused on the high school. Other parents have already raised these issues, but I want to keep drawing our attention back because I feel like the elementary school issues rightfully get a lot of attention, and the middle and high school maybe because kids are more independent and can do their work with less assistance from parents, not always, but in a lot of cases. And it seems like those kids are not getting as much attention. So I want to just draw our attention back to that, to the high school. I want to circle back to the point I raised at the last meeting, because since that time, I believe the only communication us middle and high school parents have received was the elementary school email that you sent, Dr. Dionisio, in which you stated there was no new update regarding middle and high school. That was in the survey email regarding elementary school. And the VHS parents have not received any communication from Mr. Cogdill in a very long time. The only email that I received was the announcement of the 2 cohorts in February. I emailed him in mid-January and did not receive a response. So really there's been no communication to me. While the reshuffling of the cohorts at VHS has led in the very short term to more students in the building on any given day in the classrooms, it has not improved the overall attendance issue at VHS that no one seems to be talking about except us parents. We can't celebrate the current 2 cohort model and lose sight of the fact that the only reason the 2 cohorts were possible for the second half of this marking period is because our teens have become so despondent, demoralized, and disinterested in physically attending school that most of them have opted to stay home. 70% of Verona's teens are sitting at home every day doing school exclusively on a screen. I was shocked and incredibly saddened to learn this fact on the news this week and to hear you repeat it this evening. This, of course, was consistent with my impression from talking to friends and neighbors in town, but seeing that actual number and the data was absolutely painful to me as a parent and as a child psychologist. I don't know how you're all feeling about this particular statistic, but if I was running a school and 70% of my students preferred to stay home than to come into my building, I would be asking myself a lot of questions about all the possible ways in which I was failing them. I imagine you'll respond to my question by saying that only 50% of parents opted their high schoolers into in-person learning and only 30% are now actually attending. And I want to clarify this point. Every parent I know wants their teens back in the classroom, but we're tired of trying to persuade them to go. Please be assured that the vast majority of VHS students and their families did not choose to stay home because they're afraid of getting COVID. They chose to stay home because they feel there's nothing for them in the building. It's not going to change as you're speculating, Dr. Dionisio, when the weather is warmer or more people are vaccinated. That is not what is on the minds of the VHS students or their parents. The fact is, teenagers in Verona are smart. They realize there's no point going into the building when they'll still only be looking at their teacher and classmates on a screen. They will see few of their friends in the building, and they will have zero opportunity to socialize with the handful of kids that they do see. As parents, it is also often difficult. I'm wrapping up. As parents, it is also often difficult for us to enforce attendance when you have made it so clear to these teens that attendance in person is optional. Do not mistake the numbers you're seeing as evidence that parents are okay letting their teens spend a year in their houses. In fact, what most of us are seeing is a decline in our children's motivation, engagement, confidence, joy, and connection with learning. Here are my questions. I would like to know, when will in-person attendance become mandatory, absent a significant health issue in the person's family or in the student themselves? And my second question is, I would like to know exactly what is being done to address the low attendance at the high school for marking period 4, since that is right on the heels of the spring break. What is going to be done to increase rather than decrease in-person instructional time if more students do opt in? Because again, the 2 cohorts was a complete fluke based on number of enrollment and people opting in. It was not based on anything that I'm aware of that the high school or administration has done to change the situation for our teens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dr. Ziebert. There's a lot there that I'd like to address. We appreciate you sharing that perspective. So I could share with you that Mr. Cogdill has approached me, and this is something that we've been discussing at all levels, but in regards to something that I referenced earlier, and this is the idea of making sure that we're communicating well in advance to our parents and to our students about what their intentions are if they want to come into school. We recognize, as I referenced earlier, I'm not sure if you were on the call at that time, perhaps you were, but I did mention that, in this hybrid learning, this is very difficult for our teachers. It's very difficult for our kids. And navigating and working on both of these frameworks, these structures, the in-person and the hybrid, has its set of unique challenges. And when the students are not coming to school, and there are a variety of reasons why they're not coming to school. We have students that, you're absolutely right, they don't see the value in coming into the classroom when they can do it from home, and they only have 2 or 3 other students in the classroom. That is frustrating. It's a reality. We also have students who absolutely feel more comfortable being at home and would rather be at home remotely during the pandemic. We have tried to get the students to come in. As I mentioned earlier, we have a lower percentage, that 30%, even though about 50% have indicated that they wanted to come in, and that 30% changes for a variety of different reasons. We have and started to work on this because Mr. Cogdill brought this up about 2 weeks ago regarding leading out a communication to our students and to our parents in order to get their attention. And we're going to follow up accordingly with this at the middle school as well. What I would say is that myself, and I know the board sees it as well, Mr. Cogdill responds to quite a few emails from the parents. We're copied on them for a variety of reasons and concerns and compliments and sharing of ideas. And we see a lot of those responses. So if you feel like you did not get a response from Mr. Cogdill, it could be that it perhaps didn't go through, went to spam or some other reason, but I would encourage you to reach back out to him. I know that he's been very attentive to our parents' needs and to our students' needs. We want this to change, but once again, we're limited by that 6-foot guidance. That guidance is what's really dictating what's going on here. I appreciate all of those points that you made, and I hope I addressed some of those for you tonight.
Can I just follow up really quick, Dr. Dionisia? I think an interesting question she asked was, when will attendance be mandatory? So I think what we're starting to hear is that, outside of what kids are experiencing in the classroom, is that the parents are they're just exhausted and trying to force kids to go to school when they just don't want to go to school. You know what I mean? And
yep.
So is there an exploration as to I know from a parent perspective, my kid says it all the time. Oh no, my teacher told me I didn't have to do that. I'm not doing that. And I'm like, oh, but you have to do that. And you know what I mean? So I feel like if there was some sort of, okay, well, you don't have to go to school today, but if you miss 3 days, then you have to stay virtual. There's no option to go back. Is there some leverage in that category that we could do?
So there is, and that's the lead time that I'm talking about. So as we all know, the state has actually obligated districts to have the remote option.
Right.
We've tried to remain as flexible as possible this year. But this is the point that Mr. Cogdill brought up and that we've been discussing with our teacher committees, because we need to look at giving parents enough lead time. They have to make a decision, because if students are home and they're remote, they're technically in attendance, even though they're not physically in school. So we have to just give enough advance notice and be able to come up with a methodology to prioritize students who have been coming in fairly consistently, that if they want to continue with that in the spring, that they get preference. So we're working through those details on something that would be fair for all students, because we do also know that when we put this communication out, we can anticipate that it's going to also potentially drive the numbers of students interested in coming back into school up.
Yeah.
And when that happens, that is also
That
going to
changes
dictate
cohorts.
the number of cohorts. So, I know the administration is working on that, and that's going to be part of the communication for the fourth working period.
And I just want to add, speaking for someone who has 2 high schoolers, my family's gone through the same thing of, are you going to go into school or you're not going to go into school? But if you do commit to go to school in person, you need to do that every day that's available to you. So I know we're waiting for the next survey to come out to make a decision whether my children will go in the spring or not for the fourth marking period. But again, it's very critical to make sure that if you commit to it, then you need to follow through on that. And I know they take attendance, and I believe one of my daughter missed somehow didn't go to a class or went to a class but was there but didn't get attendance, and all of a sudden I'm working from home and my phone rings, and it was them advising me that my daughter missed a class. I'm like, so I'm yelling upstairs, like, where are you? How come you're not in class? She's like, I am in class, but somehow the teacher missed it. But that's how thorough they are, where they're like calling you like 5 minutes into the class to tell you your kid's not in class. So I'm assuming if you have somebody, the 20% that aren't showing up to school, we have that flagged. And do we notify the family saying that that student is not in school?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it would.
What would also happen is, so yes to that, and what would also happen, because attendance is taken in all of the classes by our teachers, and they all get a call. And what we have to determine is if you decide that you're going to be in person, but then you're deciding on a given day that you decide that you're not going to be in person, then that would mean that that student gets marked absent, even though they may be logging in remotely to that class. So you see how nuanced this is with holding people accountable to making a decision, when the state as well also has that obligation to districts, which is a good one, an opportunity for students to be accessing learning remotely for a variety of reasons. So how we communicate that out, that's what takes time and planning, so that way we could address everybody's needs and give them time to process and then respond.
Okay, Peggy Wood.
Peggy Wood, 143 Elmwood Road. Thanks for taking my call this evening. Like so many of my fellow parents, I have questions about the 6-foot rule or 6-foot guidance. And as we discussed earlier, that's a state guidance. As stated in the state guidance, it says it's a best practice, it's not a mandate. But I believe what we've discussed tonight is that you're compelled to abide by the Montclair Board of Health's mandate, which to me sounds like a more rigid guidance than the state guidance. So I have questions about the Montclair guidelines. Specifically, under what actual authority does the Montclair Board of Health have to dictate policy to the Verona Board of Ed, mandating, not suggesting, 6 feet of distance, even with plexiglass and other mitigated factors? Is there some sort of ordinance or binding document whereby the Verona Board of Education has ceded its authority and its responsibility to its students to the Montclair Board of Health? In other words, why can Montclair impose these restrictions on Verona students? Can you provide a citation to their authority? Or alternatively, is it just that the Verona Board of Ed follows an unwritten policy to abide by a neighboring town's decision, even in the face of mounting evidence that Montclair's strictures are harming our students? I also want to discuss some ethical and legal concerns about relaxing the 6 feet rule or guidance. Are you saying that districts that are mandating lower distances are acting illegally or unethically? I saw information about dozens of public schools across the state going in 5 days a week and relaxing the 6 foot rule. We should be looking at those districts and learning how they are doing it. My son is a freshman at Seton Hall Prep. There are almost 1,000 students there in a facility that's smaller than Verona High School. They are going into school 5 days a week, and they've been doing that since September. They've had a few bumps in the road, but by and large, those students are thriving. I compare my son's experience to my daughter, an 8th grader at HBW, And I can tell you that it's a completely different experience. We are failing our Verona students, and parents in Verona should not need to resort to private school because of your lack of flexibility and creative thinking. I also want to discuss some issues regarding waiver and liability. Some other parents have brought up as well. I believe Mr. Roberts said it's a tricky part of New Jersey law and that they would be ineffectual. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that analysis. Be that as it may, we can't continue to live in fear. We need to be smart. We need to use masks. We need to have hand washing available, temperature taking, plexiglass, etc. But we need to be reasonable. If we are afraid of liability with relaxing 6 feet because of liability, we need to weigh that risk with mental health issues and education loss that is suffered by our students every single day. And let's be real. What is the risk of liability? Has the school district ever been sued for a flu outbreak or a lice outbreak? And I don't mean to trivialize the seriousness of COVID. I know this is serious, but children do seem to have mild cases. That's been reported in loads of literature. We have therapeutics at this point. We have a vaccine. Now we need a plan to get our students into school on a consistent basis. We need to start living with this virus, which is not going to magically disappear, and we must stop living in fear. So I'd like us to stop using the potential legal liability as the boogeyman to prevent our students from being in school 5 days a week. We need to weigh the risks, and the Board of Education should be more concerned about the mental health risks and the education loss than a small risk of legal liability. I also want to comment on, this kind of circles back to my prior statement, but Mr. Allworth and Ms. Freshy said it's reckless to relax the 6 feet rule. Are the other towns who are doing this reckless? Are they unethical from your perspective? Because from my perspective, those schools are not reckless. Those schools are not unethical. I think those schools are acting in the best interest of their students. My last comment on the 6 feet issue, I believe Dr. Dionisio said any relaxation of that guidance will provide more students in classrooms. I believe it was mentioned that 3 feet would definitely allow students to be in 5 days a week. But I believe I heard that 5 feet would allow 5 days a week for students. So I just want to confirm that that's what was said and that would be the plan. And so my final comment is on the issue of vaccines. I hope
You're way over 5 minutes at this point, so please wrap it up.
Okay, one more question. I hope teachers are signing up. I might have missed this from the earlier report, but does Verona mandate that teachers get vaccines when they are available? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Wood. I want to save the last question on mandating vaccines for our board attorney, Mr. Roberts. But just to address a couple key points here, I just want to clarify the Montclair Department of Health represents Verona. The Verona Township is contracted with the Montclair Department of Health. Every community needs a Department of Health. Montclair Department of Health represents Montclair. It represents Cedar Grove, and it also represents Verona at this time. Montclair Department of Health is not independent. They report to and are an extension of the State Department of Health. I also want to state that the Montclair Department of Health has not mandated anything to the Verona Public Schools. All they've done is they make their recommendations, and they've been very clear about following those recommendations, and that not adhering to it would be the Verona Public Schools going against their recommendations. So that's a really critical piece to just underscore there. I can't speak to the private schools. They operate independently. And the safety measures that you mentioned, we are adhering to those. Those are, in addition to the 6 feet, an indication as to why our transmission rate has been extremely low. in our schools and why we've been able to continue with our schools without having to quarantine entire classrooms and really minimizing shutting down schools. So that's been really, really helpful. And the last question that I'll answer is in regards to the 6 feet versus 5 feet versus 4 feet, et cetera. The administration is working on that and analyzing it. That's a little bit easier to be able to account for in elementary schools. We believe that we would be able to bring in all of our students at the middle school and the high school as well, but it would just depend, as I mentioned earlier, on wherever we have larger classes, we'll have to be creative in moving them to larger spaces in order to conduct instruction. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Roberts for that last part around mandating vaccinations.
Sure. Actually, I'm just going to back up to the first question about the health department's statutory authority. I don't have their precise statute offhand, but I believe it's in Title IX of the statute book, and I can provide that at the next board meeting, what the specific authority of the local health department is. You asked specifically, would it be, quote, illegal if we were to go against the health department recommendation to go below 6 feet of spacing? This will probably not surprise you, but I'm not going to comment on whether my opinion is whether that would be legal or illegal. I do believe, though, that it would at a minimum be negligent of the school district to unilaterally determine to alter that 6 feet recommendation when that is currently what the health department is giving us. And the third question is, are we going to mandate our staff, I believe, mandate our staff to receive the COVID vaccine? Statutorily, we can't do that. The statute book puts out a list of specific vaccines that are required, and currently that statute hasn't been amended in any way to require staff to receive it. Well, obviously, we hope everybody does, but we can't require it. And so that's all I have for you on that.
I just want to address as well, because you asked specifically, I can't speak for Mr. Allworth, but you asked specifically if we believe that districts that don't adhere to the guidelines are being reckless. And my answer to that would be yes. I personally feel that someone who is not adhering to those guidelines is reckless. As a Board of Education and administrators, we're not making decisions for just our own children. We're making decisions for over 2,000 children and over 300 employees. And my personal bias is to err on the side of caution and take the recommendations from the health department.
Thanks. Okay, next is Brennan Keeter.
Looking for the unmute button. Can everybody hear me? Thumbs up? Thumbs up. Okay, excellent. Brennan Keeter, 7 Oak Ridge Road. I'll start with a quick observation. And this is just the numbers that I've run. I'm in banking, so I apologize up front. We have 91 million people with 1 dose of the vaccine, 30 million fully vaccinated. We're closing in on 3 million doses per day, not counting single dose Johnson & Johnson. This puts the entire population, by my rough math, children included, that would like a vaccine would be vaccinated by August 22nd, or 164 days from now. My observation is I don't understand why we're running surveys about contingencies in September rather than discussing mandatory attendance on a regular schedule. That's one. Second, there's been a lot of concern addressed tonight about, the concerns that the board has addressed about a liability for an outbreak should one occur if we go back full time. I would ask a very philosophical question of who shoulders the liability for the continued psychological and emotional damage that comes from not making an informed judgment call on full-time in-person schooling. I don't think you're going to get an answer from the CDC on that. And finally, my question is, Verona, which had 1 new case of COVID on Monday, Verona had 1 new case of COVID on Monday. We're in the same county as Newark, which had 65 cases. And ultimately, the state level data determines the state CDC's stance. To Ms. Wood's point a second ago, we're listening to the Montclair Health Department. I understand that, and you've made very clear why we do that. That's fine. But you've also said tonight that the Montclair Health Department is basically repeating the state CDC stance. So my question is, Is the state giving community level guidance based on community level data? If not, how does it make sense to defer to them rather than make a judgment call at the local level using local metrics? Why are we basing local decisions on state level guidance that won't change until the state's aggregate metrics change? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keeter. So to your first point around mandatory attendance versus redistricting, we're looking at all of it. We have to look at all of the options. And as I mentioned earlier, we are hopeful that things will improve in September. We'll be able to continue with our neighborhood schools, but we do have to have a plan in place if that chance is not the case. But yes, the hope and the expectation is that we're trending in that positive direction. I think we've talked about the liability piece tonight. We've addressed that already. And then to the last point around the community level data and if that's getting to the state, that is all part of the reports on the DOH website, and it's all processed regionally. That comes from each of the communities. It comes from those regional areas that's being reported, and that's how they determine the different levels, green, yellow, orange, red, and all of that information is up there, and that's how the state uses that guidance in order to sift it down and get it to the Department of Health and make those recommendations accordingly.
Chris Hvac, you're up next.
Thank you. I guess my question is for the board attorney. Do either you or your firm represent other school districts, and have you given the same legal advice to every one of the school districts that you or your firm represent, saying that it would likely be negligent to not abide by the 6 foot distance, I guess your self-imposed mandate? Because if the school is fulfilling every requirement of the state's restart and recovery plan, I'm very, very, very curious as to why you think it would be negligent. And I'm also very curious as to this is something that you've given to other boards, and if your firm is given, or your firm is given to other boards. And then for our board, say this is such an important issue, this 6 foot thing, as you guys have stated how important this is to you. Now, if there was a medical concern you had, right, you'd say, let me get a second opinion from another doctor to make sure we're doing it right. Why would we not consider reaching out to some other firm that represents a whole lot of schools in North Jersey or anywhere in New Jersey to get their opinion if they think it's some kind of negligence issue or liability issue for the board? Because anecdotally, I'm telling you, I know a whole lot of board attorneys and superintendents that would disagree with the assessment that there's any risk of negligence or anything like that. And I guess my third question for the board attorney is, did you give that same advice when you said it's okay for Verona high school kids to play tackle football? Like, it seems like that's kind of a contradiction. Was that also negligent, but the board just decided to do that, which I support, by the way. But I really believe that the district, if this is indeed true, that either this board attorney or his firm is giving this advice to let's see if there's other board attorneys or other firms that would give the same concurrent advice. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I'll take that one. So I can't comment on the advice I've given to any other school district because that would be covered by attorney-client privilege. You know, the advice that they ask me on any issue is covered just like this board would. So I understand where you're going with that question and where that's going, but I can't comment on that. Just like I can't comment on any advice I would have given the board here tonight or previously about tackle football.
I'll just add one more thing regarding tackle football or any sport for that matter. That's all, our plans are all guided by the state guidance there as well. So we've been consistent. We're following the state guidance. And we've expressed our concern regarding the feedback we received from the community to the higher ups. So I would encourage parents, if they have those concerns, to contact the Department of Health at the state level and also the governor's office to share your perspective and your opinion.
Okay, Joanna Breitenbach.
Mrs. Breitenbach, I think you're on mute.
Hello? Hi.
There we go.
Okay. Got me? All right. Joanna Breitenbach, 14 Woodland Avenue. I just want to be really quick. I mean, I'm going to try and be quick, but I don't know that I can be. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Allworth and Mrs. Drappi for your comments and you know, your transparency about how, you know, you guys are personally being affected. I think, you know, true to last Board of Ed meeting, so many of us have our stories, so many of us are affected in so many different ways, and I want to thank you for sharing your stories with us. I think I can probably guess that most of the people on this call, most of the community on this call, don't want to be in the position to make the decisions that you guys have to make. And I appreciate the gravity of what everybody's feeling. I appreciate everybody's, you know, sentiments in terms of how they're dealing with within their own households. But I don't think any one of us would want to be in the position of Dr. Dionisio and the Board of Ed to make the decisions that affect over 2,000 students and over 300 staff members. I know personally, I wouldn't want that. So I thank you for all that you guys do. I know that you guys work tirelessly, and you spend countless of hours, time that you could have with your families, times that you could just be to like veg out and, you know, do your own thing. And you spend that time discussing plans, contingencies. So I appreciate that. I quickly want to speak to the callers who are calling in about the experiences at the high school and what that looks like. And I just want to say that I have a senior, just like Mr. Day does, just like Mrs. Prisco does. I have a senior. I also have a junior, just like Mr. Day does. We have made a conscious decision. My children have made a conscious decision to not be in person at all for this entire school year for their own reasons. And it has nothing to do with the fact that their friends aren't in class. It is the fact that for them, an in and out of school would be a disruption. They're creatures of habit. They prefer the consistency of a schedule. And for them, that works. And my kids are thriving. My kids are succeeding. My kids are doing their thing. I think what parents need to really think about when they're calling in and talking about decisions and the 6 feet of distancing and and increasing the amount of in-person learning. What I'm hearing a lot is socialization. They don't want to be in school because of their friends aren't there and they're lacking that socialization and that social aspect of school. But yet we're talking about wanting kids in school to be in front of their teachers, and they are. And yes, the experience is completely different. I totally get it. But they're in school and they're with their teacher and they have that in-person interaction. So I think, you know, you have to like weigh what is most important. Is it the in-person interaction with the teachers, or is it the socialization? I get that, you know, school, they want to be in school with their friends, but you know, listen, the streets of Verona are not ghost town. It's not a ghost town. I see kids in clusters. I see parents in clusters. I see a lot going on in this community. So nobody's living in a bubble. Nobody's living in a vacuum. I think there's too many people put everything, all the responsibility on the school district, and the school district can't be everything to everyone. So I think at some point, like it's about managing expectations. It is not for a lifetime. It is in the short term, what may seem like a lifetime because we've been in this for an entire year. It is a short term period. It's a blip on the screen of children's lives. It is a blip on the screen of what happens. And I think we all just need to be cognizant of that. This is not a lifetime plan that we're talking about. We're talking about contingencies possibly in the effect of we're still dealing with a pandemic, in a pandemic, and we're still working and living in that. And I really take offense to parents who are trying to force me to change our decision to have my kids go to school simply because their kid isn't having, the true school experience. So, I think we all need to do what's best for us. We all need to take a step back, think about what it is that we're asking of the school and what our roles are as parents in helping to alleviate some of these problems, some of these issues that we're having in our households, what we can do as community within groups. I mean, it's the school administration is doing what they can. The high school administration is doing what they can. There are many activities planned for the seniors, and they are moving forward with that as long as they can. So thank you. I just really kind of wanted to speak to that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Breitenbach.
Next is 845-797-0281. So I hit the unmute button, but it doesn't.
Amanda Bullock, 35 Durrell Street.
I'm sorry.
Amanda Bullock.
Thank you, Amanda.
35 Durrell Street.
35 Durrell. Thank you.
Yep. First, I'd like to just say that I'm so glad that the last caller's children are thriving, because from what you've heard tonight, that's not the case. And I'm not here to talk about mental health because you've heard it enough. I'm here to talk about the 6-foot piece, which a lot of people have been talking about. I've heard a lot of mentioning of talking to other schools and other districts and all of that. I have a second grader at F and Brown, and she goes to the YMCA program 3 days a week so that my husband and I can work while we try to figure out the hybrid situation and the scheduling. Now, Montclair has over 200 children at the location. These are kids from different schools, different towns, different grades. They're all potted together and doing classroom work remotely. There's teachers, there's staff, there's a number of people who are inside this building. Since September, she's been there 3 days a week. There has been 0 instance of a COVID outbreak. There has been only 1 confirmed case, and that was a staff member. They have snack, they have lunch, and we're talking about kids of different schedules. So snacks are happening the entire time. They're fully masked, but obviously when they're eating and having snack and lunch, the masks come off. The lunches happen together. Now, understandably, their classrooms are going to be smaller than the school situation classrooms. But again, these are smaller rooms with kids from different families, different towns, different schools. And again, they've had 0 issues. So my question is, have you spoken to Rob and his team? Because they're doing a killer job. Because my daughter has gone there every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday when she's not cohorting into the elementary school piece of it on Wednesdays. I think that there's more conversations and more creativity that can be had. I get it, the 6-foot rule, you're adhering to it, but there's no way that they're able to adhere to that in the YMCA where she is 3 days a week. And she's doing great there. Now, coming into school is a different story, and going into school is a different story. And again, I'm not going to hit on the mental health piece because I feel like everyone has talked about it yet with very little response. I just want to know, are you talking to everyone? Because they're in Montclair, they're adhering probably to the same Montclair health team that you guys are, but they're doing it, and they're doing it well. And I know it's a private situation because we're paying for it, but I really do think if you haven't already, you need to sit down with them because they're doing it where we are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bullock. We could hear your frustration and it's understandable. Appreciate that perspective. I'm happy to hear that the YMCA is there. They do an incredible job. I personally have a lot of experience with the YMCA. And professionally, I've been in communication with the YMCA during the pandemic when it started last year and then in the planning phases as well. And I can't speak specifically to every single thing that the YMCA is doing, but I can tell you that I understand that from the people who are in the management level there when I've discussed what we're doing and what they're doing and how they do the programs, because we have a partnership, that the childcare and daycare programs do follow their own set of guidelines than public schools. So public schools, I'm not well versed in what they're following, but I can tell you that we're following guidelines that are different than theirs, and we're following the guidelines that apply to the public schools. I can't speak to specifically what their guidance is. I just do know that they have their own guidance that they're required to follow as well.
And Mrs. Bullock, just to talk about the mental health component a little bit, I just wanted to state that if your child is struggling, just reach out to your building principal, and we'll make sure that one of our mental health professionals can help your child if they're struggling coming into school.
Thanks. All right, Dana, you're up.
Hi, Dana DeMars, 8 Witherspoon Road in Verona, obviously. I have, I think now 3 questions. I was only calling in for 1. The first is, Mr. Roberts, what other school districts do you represent? Can you just tell us at least the names of those town school districts? It's my first one. Second, I know we're all so sick of the 6 feet. Question on that, and when it was brought up about the liability and our teachers, have we asked our teachers how they feel about the 6-foot rule? I do believe they were surveyed, I think possibly in September, to ask their feelings about the 6 feet. Have we asked them again now that things possibly maybe have changed? They're vaccinated, maybe their feelings are different on it. And third, I guess it's not a question, it's a comment. I'm very, very happy that Mrs. Brentbeck's children are thriving. That's fantastic. I have 3 children. 2 are doing pretty well in the hybrid model, and 1 is not. When you have a 14-year-old child, I'm going to cry. So say to you, Mom, I can't learn this way. I can't do this. A child that was pretty much an AB student and the past few marking periods has been pretty much failing, not turning things in because he doesn't know what he's doing and he's lost and he doesn't know how to ask for help. And thank God for Mrs. McNeil and Mr. Galbachek and Ms. Schessel, the new counselor, and the 8C teachers who have been above and beyond and have helped us through this all and are working with Jack and myself and getting him back on track. It's sad. Your child can't learn this way. He can't keep up. And that is what he said. And the 14-year-old can tell you that. Then you know this isn't working for everyone. And that's what this is why parents are fighting to try to get their kids into school. And it's not just for my kid, it's for all the kids out there that can't learn this way, that are struggling. And I'm happy that some kids are thriving in this environment and in the remote setting, and that's great and that's wonderful, but that's not every child in Verona. So we have to think about everyone, the kids that are struggling, the kids that are doing well, and not just categorize them and put them into one little thing. So just always keep that in mind too. I have 2 kids that are doing well and 1 that is not. So you have to know both sides of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. DeMars. We appreciate you sharing personally what your family's experiencing. I can just say that I'm sorry that this has been an experience for one of your children. Happy to hear the support at the middle school has been very supportive, and I would encourage you to continue to follow up on that, and we will do whatever we possibly can in order to support your family. And we do recognize that some children are really struggling, and some more than others right now. So please know that the school is here to support you and support your family. As far as your second question, that was in relation to how do the staff feel? And we have discussed with the staff, and we have staff members who now feel better about coming back. And that's driven mostly by the staff members that we've spoken to anecdotally. They've received the vaccination. So that has changed their outlook on the 6-foot rule, guidance, I should say, correct that. But we have a number of other staff members who feel a complete opposite, and that they're not comfortable. And as we mentioned tonight, whether people feel comfortable or not, it's still driven by the Department of Health guidance.
Yeah, just so my firm represents approximately 35 school districts and various municipalities throughout New Jersey. I'm not going to rattle off the list of all the clients, but if you'd like to shoot me an email, I'd be happy to provide you with that list offline. Okay, next is Ian McKenzie.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Thank you for taking the call. Ian McKenzie, 151 Park Avenue. Just a couple of questions and observations. Dr. Dionisio, I just want to pick up on a point that you made in response to the last caller around some teachers, unfortunately, I'm sure for their own very good reasons, not being comfortable. If the guidance that we've talked about ad nauseum tonight does change, if it changes over the summer, perhaps to 3 feet or wherever it might be, do you have a level of concern around staff seeing that guidance but saying, hey, I'm not comfortable with that? I guess a question around that. Going away back to earlier in the evening, another question.
Mr. McKenzie?
Yeah.
Can you just go back? I don't want to lose track. Would you just, I heard the question. I just want to make sure that before you get off that I fully understand it.
Sure.
Can you just clarify that question again? It was along the lines of if the Department of Health clarifies or reduces the distancing from 6 feet down to a lower number.
Yeah.
And what was the rest of that question, so I understand?
And the rest of it was that you had just mentioned that there are some teachers who do not feel comfortable with a return to the classroom. So just given that there could be a change to distance, is there a level of concern around staffing, should that be the case? That was the question. And it just kind of popped up when you answered the previous question. I would just like to echo what the previous caller had also said in response to Ms. Breitenbach. Absolutely, I think it's great if kids are able to thrive in this environment, but as many previous callers have indicated, there are a lot of, sadly, cases in the opposite direction. And a year out of an elementary child's life is a long, long time. May not be out of our lives, but I don't call that a blip on the computer. I think it's pretty major, and I just think we all need to be. I know tensions are high, and I'm not wishing to criticize other members of the community, but I just think we need to be careful with the language we use where we can be. But just going back, the only other question I had was around the survey. I think it was, and I apologize if you've actually already answered this and I missed it, but I wanted to ask if it was confirmed that you may seek some community input to just ensure we can have strong methodology on surveys, because I'm sure a few other elementary parents had a level of concern, which I know has been addressed to some extent around the sort of yes or no nature of the question. And only one other observation, I admit, not being a member of any of the committees, it was a little bit disappointing to learn that the committees didn't necessarily have any opportunity to discuss or have input on that particular plan. I understand that plans emerge and that you guys are trying to think outside the box, and that's to be applauded. But I think if I was a member of those committees, having put an awful lot of time and effort in, that was slightly disappointing to hear that they had not been involved in some way, shape or form on that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. We, as I mentioned earlier, you may have not been on the call. As we develop surveys, we'll take that recommendation under consideration to partner up with people who may have experience. We've done that in the past. We understand that disappointment from some people is understandable regarding the survey, but we really needed to get the feedback from the community as soon as possible because we do have time constraints here as well, and we have to continue to move forward. And we needed to make sure that we had a representation of the broader community and not just isolated to a committee. And then to the first point around, which is a very good question, I thought, so thank you for that. It's an excellent one. And the question was, if the guidance does change from the Department of Health, State Department of Health, and we still have staff concerned about that guidance being reduced, how will we handle that? And that's me paraphrasing Mr. McKenzie's words, but we will follow the guidance and we will work with our staff and we will work with our staff to make sure that we have our classroom staffed appropriately and give our staff as much advance notice as possible so that way we can prepare for that transition and make sure that everybody feels comfortable and is successful. But if the guidance is reduced down below 6 feet, then we'll follow that guidance.
Okay, Gabrielle Zabrowski.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Hi, Gabrielle Zabrowski, 1 Valhalla Way. I have a 4th grader and an 11th grader. So my first question, I've got two. My first question is to Mrs. Freshy. You had mentioned something about the children getting vaccinated. I feel that was kind of a goalpost movement. You kind of insinuated that down the road that may be something that the board or the district may have to consider, which in my opinion is a little concerning. So I'm wondering if that was intentional, if that's something that you're definitely considering, because that's what you said. My second question is to Dr. Dionisio. It's been brought up several times throughout the night by several parents. This question is more at the high school level. Dr. Dionisio, you stated that Mr. Cogdale is doing a good job at communicating with parents. Perhaps the 30% of families who are comfortable with remote learning feel that Mr. Cogdale is fielding their questions and emails appropriately and in a timely manner. But from what I hear, I don't think that's the overall feeling. I think many, perhaps in the 60% category, have another experience, or perhaps, like you guys like to say, perhaps a different perspective. The feedback that I've received over many years, mind you, is that the wide consensus is that Mr. Cogdale does a poor job of respectfully, and I emphasize that characteristic, respectfully respond and certainly promptly respond.
Ms. Zabrowski, those are personnel comments that you're making, and that this is not the right forum for that.
Well, but it was brought up though that he is doing a good job at communicating. So I'm just
Mrs. Zabrowski, what I said was Mr. Cogdale frequently responds to and very thoroughly to a plethora of emails and requests and concerns on a number of different matters, and does it very well. So should you have any other concerns, this is not the forum. And then I'll turn it over legally from a personnel matter to Mr. Roberts, but we're not going to sit here and have conversations around staff members in a public forum.
Any response you'd like?
Right,
from
you
the
go ahead,
board on
Doctor.
that?
Yeah, go
That's
ahead,
would
Ms.
be-
Roberts, go ahead. Because there's really nothing else I can say when I'm asking just for some feedback, and hopefully that I can give some feedback of what other parents are saying. We're looking to the administration, which you guys are telling us to, we ask you questions and you're saying, well, perhaps you should refer to the administration. And when we do, we don't get answers. And now you're telling me that it's inappropriate for me to even ask that.
Mrs. Zabrowski, you and I have communicated on a number of different, at a number of different times, and most of it during email recently. And we've addressed the questions. We've provided the answers. Just because you don't like the answer or the facts that we're presenting doesn't mean that we're not communicating with you.
No, it's not you. I'm talking about Mr.
Cocktail.
Cocktail. No, but I'm not talking about you, Dr. Dionisio. I'm talking about one of Mr. Cogdale. I'm not saying anything about you. I appreciated your response, and I expressed that to you. And I expressed Mrs. Freshy's response too. I appreciated your responses. I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the fact that you guys are telling us as parents that if we have issues with what's going on, whatever it may be, that we need to talk to the administration, being it the principals. And I'm saying at the high school level, that's not being addressed the way you're saying that it's so easily, we're going to get these it's not happening. And I'm just, as the board, I would think that you'd want to hear that. I'm not trying to, I'm not saying anything.
If you have a specific concern, Mrs. Zabrowski, you can contact me directly. To date, you have not. So this is not the venue for that. And I'd be happy to address those situations based on the facts presented.
Okay, then I'd like
all sides being shared.
That's fine. Then I'll do that. I do though.
Please
Dr.
do.
Dionisio, I have been made aware that people have asked you and referred or copied emails that Mr. Cogdale has sent
Mrs.
back.
Zabrowski, I'm not doing this with you this evening. This is not the forum for that. If you'd like to discuss anything with me, you can reach out to me directly. Thank you.
Okay. Can I just have Mrs. Freshy then answer my question about what she said about children's vaccinations?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
And I don't know what the future is going to be with children and vaccinations. All I am commenting on is that children, although they are young, they are still people, and that it's a portion of our population that will be unvaccinated until that time comes when the trials are completed and they do start a rollout for children.
I believe when you said that, that was during a discussion when we were talking about what we expect in the future. And that now that more people are getting vaccinated, we expect transmission rates to go down, but however, children were still not eligible. I don't know that you were saying that in the context of that's what we would require in order to move forward with any more opening of the school.
It's just
Okay.
something that we need to be cognizant of, that they're a segment of our population.
With that, I show no further hands.
Okay, thank you very much for handling the income. And thank you all to the public for hanging in there, the comments, the questions. It is appreciated. And, each time we garner a little bit more information and keep trying to improve things and keep things moving. So with that, our next public meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 23rd. Confidential session will begin at 5:30 with the public session at 7. And we are I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Drappi,
Second.
second by Mr. Allworth. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it is 11:11. And that concludes our meeting. Thank you very much. I want to thank our administrators and everybody on the call, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Higgins, for sticking with us. Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Take care.